Okay, I think we are good. I think my voice is evening out a bit as well. How's it going? I hope we're all having a good day. Welcome on in. Also, hi high school run. How goes it? Welcome on in. We have another bra to heckin' make today. Let me heckin' change my screens. Oh, eh! Hi everyone, I hope everyone's having a good day. Welcome on in. What is my hair doing? Oh no. That side. There we go. One side of the headphone. Not sure which one it wants to go on. I hope everyone's having a good morning. We are making the Resident Evil 7 Moulded bra today. Now, as soon as I wrote the title out, I noticed something. So, Moulded is actually a type of bra. This might be a slightly misleading title. Well, we're just gonna have to deal with it. So, Moulded is like when you have a really thin padding. So it's like when you have a really thin foam in your bra, it would be a moulded bra. So it's like when to give you a smooth layer underneath like tops, but it doesn't add any extra padding so you don't look like you're pushed up. That's a moulded bra. So to anyone who's coming in who doesn't know the channel, it might look like I'm just making a moulded bra. Well, oops. I was thinking to put Resident Evil in the title, but then it I've got a naming convention for this month, right? So I've kind of got what I want to do. I didn't want to change it for this one bra, so I thought about it and I've decided to have a misleading title. Oh dear. I mean, the worst comes to worst, I just have to explain. I'm very sorry everyone, I'm not making a standard moulded bra, I'm making the Resident Evil 7 moulded bra. Oh, well, it is what it is. Do I have cosplay as one of my tags? No. Oh, that doesn't really make it any better. Oh dear. No moldy bra. Well, no, exactly moldy bra. Also, hi Skulls, I hope you're having a good day. Exactly a moldy bra. Like molded, like the molded from Resident Evil 7. Not molded like a normal molded cupped bra. You know? Molded like... Yeah. Also, Trix, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as I typed it out, I was like, oh no. Oh no. This is gonna confuse someone who knows bras. It's fine. We'll live with it. I'm sure as soon as I start crafting it, people will come in and be like, oh no, that's not what I was thinking. This is something different. And then it'll be okay. It's not your standard molded bra. It will probably end up being a molded bra, like technically a molded bra, because the cups that I'm using are not padded cups, they are molded cups. So it is going to be a molded bra. But that is a coincidence. It was never my intention to do a molded bra. But yeah, so these are molded cups. They have no extra padding in them and they're really thin. So basically they'll give you a smooth look underneath tops, but you don't have to worry about them giving you any extra lift. It's a molded cup. Yeah. So it's gonna be a mold bra. Have a good day, thanks. Hope you're well too. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, very good. I've been playing Animal Crossing. I've been having a good relaxing time with that. I've restarted my island, so I'm getting everything from scratch. And getting new villages and stuff like that. It's been very chill, very chill. Oh dear. It's nice, I like it. I'm having a nice time. I did forget that it was gonna be the Halloween spooky times, but other than that, it's been very good. Yes, but someone had to give you grief. Might as well be me. It's on brand, right? That's fine. That's fine. You're allowed to. It's on brand. We'll allow it. But yeah, so we have a molded bra for our molded Resident Evil 7. Yes. You get me. Just this once. Just this once. Dearie me. This is going to be quite an intense design. This one, we're actually going to be sewing into the cup. We're going to make the cup very lumpy. I would never normally do this. Normally what I do is I sew it all off of the cup so all the details don't go onto the cup on the back. So we get like a nice smooth cup and we make all the details of the cup separately and attach it later on. On this one in particular, we're actually going to be sewing all the details straight onto the cup itself. The reason for that is I want it to be really It's very much a cosplay bra. I want this to be very lumpy and very, kind of... This is going to be the opposite of what a molded cup should do for you. It's going to make you look really lumpy under clothing. It's going to make your boobs look like the Michelin Man, you know? Under clothing. So, I have a vision for this one. It's going to be kind of gross, but it's a spooky bra. The spooky bras would never... They're not hidden underneath clothing. Actually, out of all of the bras I've made, so few of them would hide under your clothing. Jelly has a vision. I have had a vision. And it is that you shall look like the Michelin Man under your clothing. But only around your chest. Everywhere else is fine. But your chest will look like the Michelin Man. If you're curious, this is the design we're following. I think you can see it. There we go. So this is the design we are following. And so you can kind of see probably what I'm talking about. When I say like all of the wobbly lines, it will have a few eyes in there. We'll add the teeth right at the end. And yeah, first thing we will be doing is working on the cups because the band is quite simple comparatively. The band is just stretch because the cups are quite intense. Yeah. Also, you can see that I'm working on a navy cup. The reason I'm doing that is because it's dark and honestly it doesn't really matter that much. You're not going to see it. I also was originally going to use black. But I've chosen instead to use the darkest brown because I think it actually looks even worse. Black would have been fine, but darkest brown kind of looks more like sludge. And so that's what I chose to use. Darkest brown. So this is like a dark brown like lycra. So I'm going to be using this to cover the cups. So it's still got stretch to it. And I'll be using this around the front and the side as well, but not the whole back. The back of the bra will be black. So that I can still use the mesh. And I'll probably use the mesh on the inside too. But yeah, to cover the cups, it will be in the darkest brown. But like layered. Because it also has that nice shine to it that I kind of like. That kind of makes it look a bit grim. Yeah. For those with boobs, with eyeballs and teeth. Yeah, very specific. Very specific. And then I've got some nice like shiny... I've used this before so I can just take some more scraps out of this. For those eyes shining through. In fact, I'll probably put those in first. Yeah, just for easiness, I'll put the eyes in first. Oh dear. Also, good morning, Sandman. How goes it? I hope you're having a good week. How's your computer doing? I hope it's doing a bit better today. Oh dear. So yeah, it's eyeballs first, teeth last. Sludge in the middle. It's a sludge sandwich. Ah dear. Nah, I need a bit more tea. Bit more tea. Ah, very nice. I got my breakfast tea again. Not my breakfast tea, my biscuit tea, that's what I want to say. I always say breakfast tea, but biscuit tea is what I intend to say. Sounds delicious. Very good. Very good. Sludge sandwich. So far, yes, I decided to make myself available in the dating market. Whoa, that's a big step. I hope it goes well for you. Whoa! Oh dear, good luck. Good luck. I hope things go well. A lot of what do you call it? Him missing with that kind of stuff. But I hope it goes well. Oh dear. I hope you have some fun with it too. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know. It's different for everyone. For some people it's very serious, but I hope you managed to have some fun. I don't know what I should do, whether I should start just pinning the eyes into the cups and get going. Maybe I'll be a productive jelly today. Maybe I'll actually just, you know, start. Place some eyes. Maybe? Who knows? I mean, it's not even been 20 minutes yet. I could actually just start. Maybe? Oh dear, crazy. Oh, alas, I think I need to get back out there and who knows, maybe settle down? Not settle down soon. Oh dear, but find someone who you could potentially settle down with, I get you. Also, do I want to use the shiny side or no shiny side? Probably no shiny side, right? Shiny side might be a bit too much. Let's use a no shiny side. Oh dear, no, I get you. I keep look at my design being like, how many eyes is it again? 2. Okay. That's not too overwhelming. I can do 2 eyes. No shiny, no shiny. I said that because I always use the no shiny side at work too, yeah. 1 eye per nip noop. I'm sorry, what was that, Scots? I might need to hear that one again. Oh dear. I might put the pupils in first and then cut the eyes out. I said 1 per nip noop. Oh dear. 1 eye per nip noop. But I want 2 eyes. So if someone has an extra, they get an extra. But yeah, I want 2 eyes on one of the nip noops. Like this boob should have 1 nip noop. The 1 nip noop, and the other one should have 2. It's extra. Oh, I think they have 3 eyes, you know? I do agree. I think non-shiny side. I think shiny side looks a bit. Ugh. Okay. See if I can make a pupil. Kind of looks like a pupil. Would anyone complain about that being the pupil? I don't think so. I don't want to put this one bit through the cup, to be honest, because this bit's going to be kind of thick. It's a little pupil. I don't know if I maybe want to hand stitch it in then. I think it pulls the fabric too much if I machine stitch it. Worth a shot, but nah. I could just leave it there. I don't know why I'm like, oh, I'll trim the threads. I'm not going to use it. Let me just cut out some general eye shapes with extra then. And we'll go back and we'll... Also, these might look like weird eye shapes, and you're right, they are weird eye shapes. It's because the eye shapes I'm putting on here are like, not normal. This can be one of the big eyes. Boobas, I need you over here. Please! This is the 3rd eye. Lots of people have those. That's true, actually. 3rd eye, yes. Very important. So, I think Booba and Booba? Booba? I think Booba and Booba? I think. And then this one has 2 eyes that are quite... one very big one. We're just gonna get some pins in it, make sure it lays flat, because we will end up doing a stitch over the edge of it. This, by the way, the edges of this will all get covered by the slime, so do not worry yourself. We'll have a nice, neat edge on this. Yes. But for now, we need some eyes. Or would it be better to... No. No, I know what I want. I know what I want! I want the eyes to look like they're coming out of the sludge. I don't want them to be on top of the sludge. Which does make my life a little more difficult in some of these areas, but that's okay. That's the 2nd eye. So this is actually probably a little closer. I don't want to spoil Resident Evil 7 too much. I know we played it on stream, but there will be people that weren't here when we played it on stream, so heads up.
slight character spoilers here for a character design change. So mute yourself until I put my hand down, I guess, or something. There's a character in Resident Evil 7 called Daddy who has a character change. If you haven't done it by now, do it now. Come on, guys. And they get some extra eyes. I guess this bra is a little bit closer designed on them than it is on the Moulded in general because of the eyes and teeth. Okay. You're good now. Yeah. But I think people saw that, to be fair. And again, I'm not going to say who. But I think people saw that when I was designing it. There might not be too much of a spoiler when I think about it, actually, because I think we full on had that on stream. But I don't want to spoil anyone too much. Resident Evil 7 is a good game. And then I have this one going right up to the point of the it's not art until you suffer. That you know, have I it's difficult because I don't feel like I particularly suffer for art, but I guess technically, yeah. It's difficult after I finish anything, it never felt like I was suffering. But like during it, I think streaming has helped a bit with that because like I'm actually like I'm live and there's video evidence of me suffering, you know? Whereas before there was never any evidence of me suffering. So I'd always forget straight after the project that I ever suffered. Whereas now I'm like, wait a minute, I have video evidence of me suffering. I definitely suffered during this project. There you go. Keep them a bit uneven because that's what it should look like. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't want them to look symmetrical at all, I will say, which is very different to all the other ones where I've kept them very symmetrical. I want these ones to look all over the place. Like just have random bits sticking out. Oh dear. And to be fair, they do look all over the place, so should get the first bit stitched in. And I will be stitching them directly into the cup, which I never normally do. Never. But I want to make the cup really lumpy. Really lumpy. So, let's make a lumpy cup, shall we? It's some lumpy cup action. That's what we like here. We like lumpy cups. For a molded cup. So I'm going to be stitching this around the edge. But then I will come back and cover a lot of this. So if anything, this is really just to add extra lumps on the cup. I'm just here like, let's add extra lumps. I don't think the design incorporates enough lumps on this cup. So let's just add more. Go. And it's pinned the wrong way around, that's my bad. Pinned it all over the place here, that's okay. There we are. And just keep that going around there. Good. Very nice. Oh dear. I can feel it already. Lumps. Yes. It's gonna be so gross. It's so gross. Oh my god. Alright, of course. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks for the shop. It's fine. Trix, take care of yourself. Have a lovely rest of your day. I hope it goes well. Don't mind us. We're just gonna be making lumpy boobas. Lumpy boobas. Nothing super special going on over here, just lumpy boobas. I've also covered my pincushion with another booba. Not my intention, but that's what's happened. Lumpy boobas and honestly bad pinning so far today. But you know what, we'll get that all out of the way in the first half an hour and then I'll do better pinning today. Yes. Vow to be better pinning. Pin better. And be better also. There we are. Ooh. Okay. Add those in. We've got our first lumps in. So, texturally though, I will say this is very fun. Techno, how goes it? I am not queen, and I am not love. Right, I'm gonna start. Techno, you know my opinions on this kind of thing. I hope you are having a good day, and I do appreciate your company. But I am a stout British lady with a strong opinion on this kind of stuff. Ah dear. Oh dear. I'll start cracking down on it. I hope you're having a good day. Bad pinning makes even lumpier boobies. Okay, I should know. Oh dear. No, I always appreciate your company. But I'm no queen. I'm just a normal person. Not Queen Jenny, clean Jenny. I'm not even clean half the time. Honestly, I'm covered in thread 99, but I do shower. I shouldn't. Wait, I was going to make a comment about being covered in thread, and then I realised maybe what I just said. I never bathe. I've not bathed in 20 years. I don't even know what modern technology showers are. There you go. I have made a grave mistake. Stanky Jenny. This is why I live stream, right? Because if I went outside, I'd be arrested for the smell. God. Terrible. No, I do bathe. I do. Jesus. Rush to defend myself. It's still the morning, it's fine. In the morning you're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to tell people you don't bathe. You know what? Bathing is overrated anyway. Except if you're going to be around lots of other people, then maybe bathe. Also, if bathing makes you happy, bathe. Bathing isn't overrated, I changed my mind. I really wish I could use the really nice smelling soaps. The ones that like are fancy that people give you for gifts. Maybe you don't get those always, but like a lot of people give me the fancy soap and then I can't use them because my skin is really sensitive. But I appreciate the thought, and so I don't tell people. But I can't use a lot of them. There's one or two that that I have been able to use in the past. A lot of the time I do try to use them anyway, and it just makes my skin bubble. But I really like the good smelling ones. Got it. Thank you. Man. That being said, shops like, I don't know, I think they have Lush in America, right? Do you have Lush in like other areas of Europe? I think so. I always find those ones a bit overpowering. Not the individual ones, but like the entire shop. Quite an overpowering smell. Like I imagine if you work there, like until you get used to it, maybe you get a headache. Like the individual ones are really nice, like just getting it as a gift, really lovely. But like going in there to buy something is like, whoa. Oh dear, if you stinky and you know it, you should bathe. You have it in the US. Can't even go near the store. It's a strong smelling store, Lush. Like I've known people that worked in Lush or work in Lush, and that's strong. That's very strong. Oh, Zay, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We're talking about bath products. The other thing is, of course, there's always like conventions, people not showering and stuff like that. It's very busy at conventions, please shower. But most people do these days. I feel like it is just the odd person who doesn't, whereas it used to be a lot worse. Like 10 years, no, even longer than that. Like a long time ago, it was much worse than it is now. squishy. We're making a lumpy bra. Very lumpy bra. To be fair, cosplayers can be pretty bad for that sort of thing sometimes. Because cosplayers get really hot. I am a cosplayer. I get very hot in my cosplays. And I am so self-conscious about being stinky walking around Comic-Cons. Because, like, I know as soon as I put my costume on that I'm like, right, I'm gonna sweat. I'm ready. It's the middle of summer in the UK. It's gonna be humid. I'm boiling and I'm about to go into a convention center. It doesn't matter if I've showered. I'm gonna stink. And then people want to take photos with me and I'm like, oh no. I'm stinky. Like, don't come near me. I smell. I'm sure that I smell. So I take like a lot of breaks to make sure that I can like hose myself down and stuff. Because I always feel really stinky. And that's also part of the reason I always bring multiple costumes, right? Because if I was to wear the same costume every day, it'd stinky. But that's like my costumes. There are some costumes that have a lot of inbuilt ventilation. Depending on the type of costume you're making, it's easier or harder to do that. And yeah. I think in pictures, you don't see the pure amount of heat that is generating in my costume. You talk about the Dark Ages as a myth, people were actually bathing a lot, left over from the Roman Empire. When baths existed, yeah. I miss those days, when I was alive in the Roman Empire. Oh dear. I'm gonna turn these pins around, because I know now that I've made a mistake. Also, Queen, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Oh dear. Yeah. I get self-conscious about that. Being stinky does offer you a lot of space at con. I don't need it half the time. Like, I build my costumes with like 1.5 meters width. Like, good luck getting close to me at a con. Also, if you wear a big costume at a con, I will say, most people are very polite. Like, at least here in the UK. I don't know how it's treated elsewhere around the world, but if you wear a big costume, people give you a bit of a berth. Like, they don't want to be near you too much unless they're taking a photo with you. Like, they tend to see you as a bit more delicate and give you a bit more space, even if you're not actually that delicate. So the other thing is, you get like, people will point at you a bit more and be like, oh, there's someone coming, and it's like you like this, like with your big old width. So if you do a big costume, people will actually get out of the way, just generally for you. So there's a hint at a con. If you're someone like me, who has an aversion to touch a little bit, wear big costume. First of all, no one will be able to get into your perimeter anyway, but second of all, people will actually give you a wider berth. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. That's what I do. That's why I used to do so many ball gown costumes, or like big dress costumes. Because first of all, they're fun to make. They are very fun to make. The second, like, it's a very fun experience at Comic-Con. Like, I had a much more fun experience at Comic-Cons wearing those style of dresses. Yeah. That's what I did. Oh dear. I think the same thing goes if you have, like, large wing attachments or large tail, stuff like that. Or if you're in a larger mech suit. People, sometimes even just having a very big weapon, people will give you a slightly larger berth. They won't get as close to you. Even in a very, very busy convention hall, they'll stay a little farther away from you if they can. But again, not everyone, and this is only speaking from my experience in the UK cons. Yeah, but it's pretty good. I guess just a politeness thing. But then I do the same thing, to be fair, if I see a larger cosplayer coming towards me, like, want someone with a lot of extra attachments or just generally a bigger skirt or something like that. Even though I could just give them the width to get past, I'll actually give them extra space on top of that. I guess just what you do. Segues with the first with big weapon is self-preservation. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, we're all just like, ah! But yeah, you see people with like a lot of clouds. Little clouds from Final Fantasy. They had the very, very big weapon. And people give them space. to wander around. Because the other thing is, if they have it on their shoulder, which a lot of them will walk around with, and they need to put it down, they need quite a bit of space to do that. So people will give them space around them so that they can put it down, sort of thing. And yeah, they get a bit of extra space at the con. You know, the costume itself is not so big, but the weapon is huge. And yeah, they get a bit of extra space. If you're looking for extra space at a Comic-Con in a very busy, crowded convention hall, that's how you do it. You wear a big princess gown, have a massive weapon, wings, but the downside of having any of these big costumes is that your movement will be somewhat limited when walking around the con. Yeah. And depending on the size you go, if you go really big, you'll need someone to come with you. I always need someone with me anyway, so that's never been an issue, but yeah, that's the only thing. But I don't know, I've always had a very positive experience doing it. It's very fun. I would recommend it, but I'm biased, I love cosplay. And I also make mine, so it's quite easy to get costumes to that size. That's the other thing, if you're someone who's got like a very large part of your costume or part that stands out, a lot of people will point and mention that you're on your way. Like, so they'll be like, oh, someone's on their way, or I can see someone coming, someone with a big weapon's on their way, I can see someone on their, like, walking down this way. And people will like mention, like, complete strangers will just like, just be like, oh, someone's trying to get through from all the way down there, and you're just like, thank you. Yeah. I don't know. It's just a very nice thing that happens in con halls. I don't know, you don't always hear about the positive stuff that happens. It's just that in con halls, so there's a positive thing that happens in con halls. There's a lot of just generally polite people that will notice like large cosplays, and will just help them. It's pretty cool. It's happened. Oh, also another nice thing that happens, and that's happened to me a lot, is when I'm traveling from the hotel to the Comic-Con. The amount of people that have offered to help me on the tubes in London and stuff like that. I think London especially, but it has also happened in other cities too. But London, it's got quite a busy transport system, so on the tubes especially. Oh my god, it's so fun. Like, offered to just help me, like, get on and off the tubes, just, you know, is this just, you getting off here, do you need a hand with anything, that sort of stuff. And it's just like, oh, thank you. And like, you know, not just me, I've seen it happen to other cosplayers too. Like, fantastic. I don't know how many people here are familiar with Spyro. There's a thief with an egg. And I'll never forget this cosplay because it was so funny watching them get on the tube. They were huge. I think what they've done for this cosplay, it was genius. So they'd gone for, like, I think quite the old school thief with the egg cosplay. And they'd, I think, dyed a hoop skirt and then done another hoop skirt for their top part. And so they had a hoop skirt like covering their head and a hoop skirt covering their body, and they were huge. And they were trying to get on the tubes. Oh my god, they were so funny. And they were blue, they had the egg. Oh, fantastic cosplay. They looked amazing. They looked really, really good, I will say. And they were trying to, like, get on the tube, and they had random strangers helping them, like, condense to get on the tubes. Oh, fantastic. They probably, you know, the thing is, a lot of people, even in London, don't have a clue what is going on. They just see someone in this massive costume, like, trying to, like, ram their way into the tube. It is good. It's very good. Like, as much as I do recommend if you're in a big costume to stay as close to the convention as possible for your ease, if you stay further away, especially if you're someone who's staying further away just because you're not cosplaying or you're not wearing a big costume, you will see some funny things on the tubes. You will see people getting on in cosplay, and everyone else just commuting to work being like, it's fantastic. London's a really good one. It's a really funny one. Because the tubes get so busy. Oh, and again, I've travelled in from Wales as well, and I've done other cities as well, and it's a bit different, but like, and you still get some very positive responses as well there, but London's a bit different. Oh dear. Unpredictable, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. We're making lumpy cups today. So we're making the Moulded from Resident Evil 7, but I want the cups to be really lumpy, kind of like this texture of the Moulded. Yeah, so we're sewing directly into the cups today, which I've not really done before, other than to like attach the decorations. Today we're sewing everything directly onto the cups to get a really nice lumpy texture, so we get nice lumps on the cups. Texture bra. Oh, and Steve, how goes it? How's the stream so far? It's good, thank you. Ah, dear. There we go. So these are going to end up being eyes, but they're going to be covered by a lot of sludge. Now, what colour should I do? I'm just cutting off some of the excess so it's not too much under there, because it'll probably end up being a bit lumpy. Too lumpy, too lumpy. We still want lumps. I'm just talking about Comic-Con and stuff like that, because honestly, I miss Comic-Cons. I miss Comic-Cons a lot, and I miss a lot of the stuff about them. I miss a lot of the silly things that happen around Comic-Cons. I miss seeing people try and get on public transports in their costumes. I also had a lot of people that would help me just generally around Comic-Cons. Like, if, you know, I had a lot of boxes normally with my costumes in it and stuff like that. Just helping move my boxes on and off the trains. It was very heckin' kind of them. They didn't have to do that. It was very sweet. Generally I've had, you know, considering how to describe the British. Very much headphones in, heads down, don't talk to people, don't make eye contact, you know, that is kind of what it's like. You know, you don't really have people going around greeting each other on the streets, nor starting up conversation. It's not really what it's like here. It's not really, unless you live in a small village or something like that. If you go to a city or a town, you don't really have those conversations with people. Oh my god, my keyboard's been out the whole time. Why did nobody tell me? Oh my god, what would have happened if Twitch had come in here? Guys! Oh. I just went into a hobbycraft and there was a door greeter. That's awkward, I don't want to talk. Were they maybe there to check if people had masks? Oh, but I don't know if that's only a thing in Wales, because we have door greeters on some shops, but they're door greeters. To most people, they just say, hiya, or morning. But if you don't have a mask on, they'll say, you need a mask on. If you don't have a mask, you can't come into the store. So, you know, we have that, but that's because it's in Wales, you have to wear a mask in shops still. Missed it. Oh no, I missed the keyboard. Nobody told me about the keyboard. Oh dear. Sadly, yeah, I was gonna say in the rest of the UK that's not the case. So like, unless you lived in Wales, like, it's probably not that. Because yeah, in Wales, not in most stores, but in some stores, they do have greeters on the door to be like, put your mask on, otherwise you can't come in. Because it's still a legal requirement here. Yeah. It's mostly covered by chat, hard to see. Very secret keyboard. Super secret. Right, where's my felt? Where did I put it? In there? Nice. Oh, there you go. Felt bag. Oh, bag of felts. black felt? That'd be really useful. See white. See a lot of pink. I got so much pink. No black? Really? Surely, give me 2 seconds. I'm sure I have. Oh no, it wouldn't be back there anymore, would it? Because I moved all my felt. Why do I have so much grey? I don't think I've ever used. That's probably why I have so much grey, isn't it? I could use grey for the eyes, but I just don't think it would have that same ba-bam. Not sure about that. What to do? Could just sew in the eyes. They're meant to be really small anyway. Yeah, I'll do that. They're meant to be small anyway, so I think it'll be fine. Let's go to a larger one. One. And then go 2 and then 3. Very nice. Eyes. Oh dear. I mean, if they needed more complicated eyes, this would be a bit different, but I'm not doing any complicated eyes. Well, I might sew some yellow around them. Now I kind of want to sew yellow around them. Shoot. Tempting. Okay, I'm gonna sew yellow around them. I want to sew yellow around them now. I'm like, oh, but I could put yellow in there. Okay, black. We'll do black again in a minute. Gonna do some yellow. Make these eyes. Honestly, they don't need to do this, but that's okay. I literally just did them as a line in the drawing. Oh dear. This is why I get to 7 hours in and I'm like, what is this from? This is from Resident Evil 7, the Moulded. Although there is a character that the eyes are specifically taken from, I'm just being a little subtle as to where they're taken from. I'm being subtle, Stevel. Can you tell? Do like this. Yeah, yellow. Nice. And then on the other side of the eye, do some yellow there too. Oh yeah, that does look pretty damn cool. Okay, I like the yellow. I changed my mind again. The yellow, good choice. Jelly, nice. It makes them look kind of more gross. I don't know. Yeah. Resident Evil, all those things makes me think of Pride for my Alchemist. You know what though? I can see that too. Yeah, I can see it. I see what you're seeing. What you're putting down, I'm seeing it. Let me show you these eyes now. Or I'm just sewing in loads of eyes of Sauron into my work. I was just like, you know what? You know what this work needs? More eyes of Sauron, actually. I just don't think I've done enough of that recently in my cosplay. And so I'll just add a bit now. It'll be really subtle, I don't think anyone will notice. There you go. Another one. Oh, managed to do it all at once. Nice. Heck yeah. Okay, let's trim this, and trim this and this. There you go. And then on this side, and on this side, go. There we are. And then on the back. Ooh. Go. Very good. Okay, that's a lot of thread. That should all be good. And we got some heckin' eyes. They look cute. Oh dear. It's illegal to drive down a highway with uncaged bear in your car. How's that ever a problem? And who are these weird uncaged bears? Wait, why would you want to cage the bear? I think that if you forced a bear to go into your car, I think at the very least you should give your bear car freedom. It's one of those laws, the one where it's in a state it's illegal to hit your wife with a car. Oh dear. What about your husband? Can you hit your husband with a clown? Like, that's fine, but you switch the situation, it's like, oh, wait a second. You know, I was hitting you with a clown, that was fine, but you hit me? Oh, now we've got a problem. Ah, dear. I know I once lived somewhere where it was illegal to drive goose through it was illegal to drive goose through the center unless you, but then you could specifically get a geese driving license. Again, this would have made a lot more sense if I could feasibly see geese being safe if they were being driven through, like, a city center. But yeah, it's illegal to do it. Oh, but it was still illegal to do it on certain days. But you would have had a permit to do it anywhere else. Oh dear. I guess you can. It's not illegal. I mean, you might get told off though. Like, you know, you might lose your husband if you keep slapping him with a clown. Right. Okay. I need to remember what I need to do again. I forget this every single time. I made a bra every day and I'm like, I've forgotten again. How do thingy. How? I've forgotten again. Would you believe that I've forgotten again? How is it that this works? So basically, this bit looks really good when it's folded over like this. And then you do this. Is it like the, yes, I've worked it out. Yes, this is how you do it. Okay. Every time, I forget every single time how to sew this top bit down. And you'd think this many bras in, I'd remember how to sew the top of a bra. Nope. I still don't remember. I don't know how many bras it's gonna take for me to remember how to sew this top bit. Clearly at least one more bra. Okay. And This is just so we get a nice neat top edge of the bra basically. So it can fold over and look lovely. Red, how goes it? How goes all the streaming? Anyone who doesn't know, Red is someone who's also taking part in Boobtober. They're also doing a lot of really cool charity streaming. How goes it? I hope you're doing well. Oh dear, we are making the Moulded from Resident Evil 7 as a bra. I've just put the eyes in. This is one of the only bras, I think the only bra where I'm sewing directly into the cup. Oh no, I think there's 2 bras actually where I'm doing this, but to get like a textured cup. So yes. That's what we're doing today. Yeah, then it folds back over the cup. Now, for now, I can't see the eyes, but I will cut that out. I can see them again. Yes, it means I can pull this then over the cup. Yes. Oh dear. Okay. I think that's fine. I don't think I need to do any more than that. Let's just put that back through then again. And make this a bit smaller. Very long stitch right now. And have some more tea actually. I think that's also important. I should have some more tea. Oh! Also, I need to update my schedule. So, I've mentioned this before, it's my birthday next week. Yay! But originally I was gonna stream before going out for dinner. But we've had we've had a bit of an issue finding somewhere we can actually go out for dinner. So, instead of going out for dinner, we're going to be going out for lunch, which means I'm going to be streaming much later in the day. That's okay. That's fine. Fine by me. I'll be changing my schedule to be streaming much later. So we probably won't be eating till at least 1, which means I probably won't be getting back till like 3 or 4. So I'll probably start streaming around that time, which is very late for me. Apologies if that's too late for anyone else. I still want to do my Boobtober stream that day, but there's just no way I can really do it much earlier in the day and actually get a bra done. So we'll be doing more of an evening style stream. I hope that's okay. Ah dear. Oh, my son unfortunately shared his cold, so not feeling too well. Oh, Red. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry that's happened. I hope you look after yourself. Or you have someone who can look after you. Send you some good cold stuff. Oh, dear. Or maybe your son should look after you, actually, really. Thinking about it. Considering the situation. Wait a minute. Oh dear. Oh, you mean nap time? I'm sorry. Again, I apologize. I know it's quite out of our normal streaming time, but I still want to stream. I still want to do my Boobtober stream, so this has to be a bit later. This has to be a bit later. There we go. And that gives us, on the back of the bra, a nice top rim. Not that it matters much on this bra, considering what we're about to do to it, but that's why I do that. For the nice top rim of the bra. I usually approve of sharing with germs he could keep to himself. I mean, you've got a point. You've definitely got a point there. I hope you're okay. I know a lot of people getting hit by colds quite hard at the moment because everyone's immune system is a bit meh. So I hope you look after yourself, because yes, colds are a bit worse than usual right now. Yeah. Well, I guess not everyone's feeling that, but some people are. Right, so now what we're gonna do, normally I'd never do this, but I'm gonna start pinching it so that there's extra fabric on the bra. Yeah. So I never do this normally, but I'm gonna be like, let's get some extra fabric in here and start pinching it and getting wrinkles in it. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Ew. This isn't just ew from like the molded kind of ew. This is like this hurts me a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just pinching and then taking that and making it like big again. Yep. So I'm just grabbing extra fabric, putting it into the top of the bra, and then pinching it down. And folding it under into something I can sew. This is just not what you do, basically. Not how you sew. This is like how you make mistakes, but that's okay. I'm creating layers. Ugh. And so this will be layer number 1.
Ugh.
Rest and lots of tea, chicken soup tonight, chicken soup tonight. I actually am having chicken soup for lunch. Heck yeah, we can chicken soup together. Ah. That's so gross. We get through it, we get through it. So basically this, to me, looks like I've made a mistake, but I know that I haven't. This is what I want to do. And it's okay. I'm not making a mistake, but I am doing this fully on purpose. And I'm catching the fabric, and it's all okay. If wrinkles get caught in it, that's actually perfect, because that's what I'm trying to do. There we go, that's one. And then do another one. Like that. And I'm also sewing in like really uneven lines. So where's the eye? There's an eye somewhere here, that's right there. So I want to make sure I don't sew over the eye. I'd like to flatten one of these, I think. So it gets stuck under there. Oh. Oh, that's gross. Oh. Dear me. Okay. And then I think the next one that I do over the eye partially is going to be where the eye is. That's okay. And then do to that. So you can see like the wrinkles adding up. I worry about this being a little thick, but I think it's okay. Ooh. Okay. Next one. Okay, and then just make sure that I'm still doing kind of wobbly lines. Wobbly lines are kind of important. Oh my god. George! George, how goes it? You were doing Spyro today, right? How was your Spyro? Was it better than last time? I hope it went well. Nobody look at the keyboard. Anyone who doesn't know, George is also raising money for against breast cancer. How was your stream? There was Spyro. Heck yeah. We are making the Moulded from Resident Evil bra. And I tell you right now, it's causing me some pain because I have to catch the fabric over and over again. So it kind of just feels like I'm making mistakes. It's like for me at least, it feels like I'm making mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. But it's actually what I'm intending to do. Like, I want to catch the fabrics because I want it to pull and make lines on the bra. But it really does feel like I'm making mistakes. So, yeah, that's what's happening with me over here. So yeah, we're making these like lines. Can you see them? We just started building them up actually. So these like creepy lines, but underneath, eyes. So we have to get to the point where we can reveal the eyes, which actually should be. We'll be revealing the first eye now, I think. Ah, dear. Yeah. Doing great, thanks. Thank you for the SO. Hope you're doing well. Doing good, thank you. Also, hi, Alfredo. Lives are here to raid you. Heck yeah. Didn't get stuck for 2 hours like last time. That is good to hear, George. That's very hecking good to hear. Right, I'm actually going to trim then this next bit of fabric because I'm not going to go too much further with it. I'm going to fold it up under the eye. And while I might wrinkle it a bit, I don't want to have too much extra because I don't want to cover too much of the eye, you know? So I don't want to cover too much of the eye, but then I do want to cover a lot more after the eye. So what we'll do then is actually cut a bit wider after the eye. So we'll go a bit bigger after the eye, so it has a bit more space there to do some wrinkles. There we go. If you want to do some wrinkles that are bigger, you can do it there. Ah, dear. Okay. You can go back in there. And what we'll do then is fold this up and under like that. Oh, dear. Oh. Going to bed. Thank you, Alfredo. Take care of yourself. Have a nice rest of your evening. I hope it goes well. We'll just be here making some gross lines in fabric, you know. Spooky stuff with bras. Oh dear. And oh god, this bit needs to go a bit wider. So actually, does that need to go even taller? I haven't got as much of the pupil on show as I maybe want, so I can actually have this go right up there, I think. Yeah, there we go. And then it needs to come out a little bit. Some of the fabric that I've been pulling up. And come out to like there. There we go. Very nice. And that almost covers it. Oh dear. I can see there's an extra wrinkle under there, and I kind of want it. It's because it doesn't look nice. And I'm like, that extra wrinkle, there we go. I want it. And then I'll actually pull this closer then and pull it up here so that it's still got some bubbly texture. So it doesn't look too much like I only did that because of the eye, even though I did only do that because of the eye. And that bit pulling there. There you go. Cool. And that'll be the first bit covering the eye. And then you have all of this bubbly texture. On the other side, you also have lots of bubbly texture. It's kind of gross, but there we are. At least it's not actually slimy. Although, since it's like a lycra fabric, you could probably make it slimy. Right. Oops, sorry, scissors. Apologies. Oops. Bring that back on the desk. Next one. There we go. And ow. There's a pin. Careful of that one.
There we go. Okay. And I'm going to leave quite a bit extra on the side for now, but I will trim off all of this on both sides. Because then I can fold that eventually into here. How's your morning so far? It's good, thank you. So far we haven't had any big issues. And we did some cooking yesterday. Oh, high school run, do you want a breast cancer fact? Oh heck, oh heck. I just added that yesterday. I had to think about it, I was like, oh no. A lot of breast cancer facts are not very nice, but I can give you a breast cancer fact. Give me 2 seconds. Let's have a pick. Let's see. Which one would be a good one? Oh. Okay. So, most breast cancer facts are not going to be wonderful, but they're all very, like, hard facts, and there's a good reason why we are doing all of this fundraising and awareness raising this month. So, during this breast cancer awareness month, so 2021, it's approximated that 5,000 people in the UK are going to be diagnosed with breast cancer. That's why it's so important that we do all of this fundraising and all of this awareness spreading. Yes. And that's this month alone. There's your fact, high school run. Oh dear. On Nightbot right on time. Ah dear. My morning has been very chill so far. I did a little bit of Animal Crossing. Oh, Messenger, thank you so much for the host. Welcome on in. Says Animal Crossing Messenger. You are cool. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Oh dear. Anyone who doesn't know Messenger, Messenger does a lot of heckin' really fun games on their stream. That's why it felt like a cool almost. Right, I'm gonna snip this up a little bit because I might be able to use some of these smaller pieces here to actually fill in some of these gaps. Like for instance this bit. Oh dear. Oh, you're welcome. Actually, I don't have a Switch. I have no idea what Animal Crossing is like. Do you not? Oh, Messenger, I think you'd like it. It seems very up your alley, you know? I mean, I don't know for sure. Of course, I do not know for sure. It just seems like something you would enjoy. But that's just a guess. So now we're going to do the same thing that we did with the top of the brow, where we stitch across all of this and keep going towards the end a little bit more. Yeah, it's what do you call it? I don't know. It feels quite similar to Stardew Valley, but you set more of your own goals and there's a lot more customization. So like if you enjoy Stardew Valley but you want more customization for like, for instance, just generally the space you work in and stuff like that, it's a very cool game because I loved Stardew Valley. I had so much fun with it. I played Stardew Valley for a very long time. But then I kind of found that there was a few things that, not that it was lacking as such, because it's a really good game, but there was a few things that I wanted from a different game maybe. And Animal Crossing kind of filled those gaps in that. The other thing is, there's a lot of things that Animal Crossing does that just like kind of warm your heart. They're definitely made to do that though. It's made to do that. Like it just tugs at your heartstrings. Yeah. Ah, dear. Animal Crossing. Oh, sorry, no. Air conditioning is where you play as an assassin to kill the evil Templars. Got it, yeah. No, that... I do have been enjoying all the bars on Instagram. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's heckin' kind of you. They've been very heckin' fun to make. I'll tell you that. They've been really fun to make so far. Really, really fun. Yes. Like when I go eat. That's fine, George. Take care of yourself. I know what it's like after stream. Give yourself some good rest. And again, thank you for all the hard work you've been putting into Boobtober. I appreciate it. That's what I meant. Whose bar is it today?
It is the Moulded from Resident Evil 7. So we got some heckin' eyes hiding under here. But what we're doing at the moment is adding all of the sort of like, what would you call it? Oh, I'm putting it on the top of the eye. Why am I doing that? I need to put it under the eye. Shoot. Jelly. I'm putting all of the sort of icky, fleshy parts on them, which are like layered. The layered, icky, fleshy parts. Yeah, that's what I'm putting on it right now. So the molded are kind of just made of layers of mold. And yeah, that's what I'm making, layers of mold. Oh dear. I have to save it for one then. It's a very peaceful game. It's not for everyone because you have to kind of set your own goals, choose what you want your island to look like. So I fully understand that it's not going to be a game for everyone, but I found a lot of enjoyment in it. Is that the wrong side? It is, but I could do a mixture. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, I do a mixture of them. It might actually add a bit of interest if some parts were one side and some parts were the other. Thoughts, maybe. I might do that. Yeah. I'm glad you asked if I want to be part of it. No, thank you. Well, this is the thing. Like, there's some people on Twitch that are, they're really, like for instance, George. Like, people that I chat with a lot in stream and stuff like that, and who I've just come across a lot. And when I knew that I was going to do this for multiple people, I would have felt very bad if they felt left out. So, while it's definitely a bit far out of your regular content, there was no way I could not invite you. No way. Yeah. So, while it's definitely open to anyone, and anyone can join, yeah, no, I could not invite you, George. No way. The layering icky fleshy parts. Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, icky fleshy, and then the eyes are gonna come out like this. Do you see? So this is like all of the icky fleshy bits. Yeah, so it's all like layered, and then we have the eyes popping out. Oh. Yeah. Is this gonna be like, oh hello, were you looking at my boobas? Oh no, don't mind me, don't mind me. Oh hello. It's just under there. That's what this bra is. It's the boobas that look back. Is it the only bra that we have that has eyes on it? I think so. It's not the only bra with teeth though. It's the second bra with teeth. Oh, honestly, making bras is so fun. Like, you know, I don't think I'd want to do it as a job full time, but I would fully recommend it to someone who just wants like a day project. Just like, I just want, like, they want to, like, I wouldn't recommend it to beginners. That's the only thing, for a few reasons. One, it's a lot of parts to work with, but two, you have to order so many materials. So many materials, and so it'd be like a really expensive project for a beginner, which sucks. There are like makers kits, I think, these days for people that just want to make one bra, but they are a little limiting, and like you can only make that one bra that the makers kit is for. So if you wanted to do like a cosplay bra, you would have to then go gather all the bits yourself. But if you're someone who sews a little bit more regularly, I would fully recommend, 100% with my heart, trying to make a bra, because it's so fun, and you can make one in a day. Oh, I missed a bit there. I need to go a little higher. That's okay, that's okay. Let's make sure I pin it first. That's better. I didn't go quite far enough around the eye, that's fine! There we go, and go up to that, and then start to go around there. That's better. That's a better. The twins will have eyes. Yes, although I haven't decided whether Victor's eyes might actually be closed. So I don't know whether Victor's actually going to stare back, because in the original drawing I did of it, Victor's eyes are closed and he's like screaming. So yes and no. Yes, he'll have eyes, but will they be staring at you? Probably not. That's why I don't go with people who cosplay bra swimsuit versions basic. If anything, that's so hard to do. Plus, you need like to convey the character in a few scraps of fabric. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of people that. Here's the thing: cosplay as you like, because it's a hobby, right? So you should always feel like you're cosplaying as you like, and it shouldn't be a thing that's looked down upon when it's part of a hobby. But that's just my opinion. I feel a little different about child characters because I don't know, but outside of that, it's like, you know, have your fun. It's not a basic costume to make a bra. Making bras is probably one of the most difficult standard sewing things you could make. Like, outside of when you make your own patterns, if you were to buy a pattern, bras are probably one of the most difficult pattern pieces you can make. Like corsets, bras, things like that. They are very tricky, and they're tricky in so many ways because they're lots and lots of pieces. Lots and lots of pieces, but they're all different materials as well, so you have to have, you know, what do you call it? You have to have a pretty good knowledge of multiple materials, most of which are different types of stretch materials, which is even worse. Dear. Exception is when you're cosplaying as a hobbit. You want to be looked down upon in that. Oh, you know what? You're right. My bad. I did forget about that one. You're right. Zay, you make a very valid point. I can see what you mean with that. I mostly mean the gatekeeper community tells you you're doing it wrong if you're... Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I also, though, think that a lot of the time, and this might just be me only seeing certain things, there are cosplayers that say these things. There are. But a lot of the time, it's not cosplay. A lot of the time, it's, I don't know. Not cosplayers saying these things. It's people that just like cosplay coming in and being like, if you do a swimsuit cosplay, that's not cosplay. And it's like, I'm sorry, where's your cosplay? Again, I don't mean to be like a rude dude, but like, I'm sorry. Who? What? What? You just come onto the platform and you just attack random people's cosplay? But that's, you know, yes, obviously it's the internet. Yes, the only rule of cosplay is I just joined that I don't want people making dodgy cosplays of child characters. Apparently people do that a lot. Yeah, it's a very heavily disputed one in the cosplay community. Like, I've even had it to an extent on one of my characters, which in hindsight I would have changed. So I did a Madoka cosplay, and Madoka's goddess one has a very, very low plunge. And at the time, I had very, very large chest, because I was not underweight. And there was nothing I could do about that. Nothing I can do about that. If you don't have a proper bra and you have a very large chest, your boobs go to the middle. Now, did I do that on purpose? No. Did people see me trying to sexualize Madoka? Yeah. In hindsight, I would have changed it. Maybe tried to build a bra into it. These days I can build bras into my cosplay, so it wouldn't be so difficult. But I can see where people are coming from. But yeah, it's a really iffy topic in the cosplay community is, are you sexualizing child character? Because there are people that will take advantage of that who are actually into said child character. I mean, in my case, it was a genuine mistake. I think most people could see it as a genuine mistake in that... yeah. Oh dear. But... dearie me. I think... But I also don't think any of the pictures were particularly provocative either. I don't think any picture of me has been particularly provocative ever. I get away with a slap on the wrist and a, you know, be careful of your booba. And I'm like, oops. But I guess probably where I lean is probably more, don't purposefully sexualize kids. You know, if you know, there are a lot of people that are not gonna know. I'm very much on the side of people make mistakes and don't mean to do things, because I don't know, the internet's a harsh place. In real life, people actually do make mistakes and don't mean to do things. I guess I'm a bit more lenient that way. I have no problem with aging characters up for cosplay since it's a virtual character, but I think this is also cultural differences. We handle the whole discussion different here in Germany. But it's very different. I don't understand where people are coming from. Yeah, like the thing is totally valid. Yeah, I very understand where people are coming from, and I understand that people could take advantage of it on the internet. And I also think that in some cases it is taken very far. Like there is cosplayers who take very much child characters and make them very, very sexy. And then it's a bit like, ooh, I don't know. It is it's a move. It's definitely a move. But like, do I agree with it personally? No. Am I gonna do it? No. Am I gonna go attack anyone on it? No. I mean, personally, I think if you are someone who cares that much about child pornography on the internet, are you allowed to say that word? I don't know. If you care that much about, because it is a big problem on the internet, there are organizations that are actively looking to seek and help kids that are being exploited on the internet. And you can actually go and help that out, rather than attacking a cosplayer on the internet. Like, is it something I agree with? No. But there is a much bigger problem online than that. That is like tip of the iceberg comparatively to everything else. It at least in my opinion. But like, again, is it something that I'd do? No. If I can avoid doing it, will I do it? Avoid it? Absolutely. But you know, some people definitely go online to make it their mission to fight people, and who have made it, you know, I don't know. Difficult subject to talk about, really, but I think, yeah, I think you probably get what I'm trying to say. I think we have to go up to age of 18 because it's different in different countries. Whereas, you know, I'm not going to go into this because it's different here in the UK, it's different there in America, different in different parts of Europe, different over in Asia. I think we have to say 18 just because I think it's one of the older ages. So let's just say 18 for I think. If they're under 18, no. Oh dear. Oh. I mean, it's normally pretty obvious most of the time, though, if they've been designed as that kind of character, I would say. Like, let's be honest. You know, if they're wearing a school uniform, if they're in an anime and they're wearing a school uniform, they're probably a kid. If they're working a job, they're probably an adult. You can kind of tell a lot of the time. Yeah, it's not always that difficult to tell. But, you know, do I agree? Mass harassing people? No. No, not at all. I think that is generally the worst way of getting a point across on the internet. Why have I pinned all of these at once as well? I think because I'm not massively internet-based a lot of the time, and yeah, this is a pretty tricky conversation to have, it probably comes across to them very neutral, which is not necessarily the case. Like, oh dear. As I'd say, as soon as it harms real people, it's nothing to do with cosplay or free art anymore. I think it's difficult because I think I still disagree with the sexualization of child characters. And technically that doesn't harm anyone, but it does open a doorway to potentially people taking that into real life. I think that's where it becomes really wobbly, which is why I don't like that part of it. If that makes sense. Technically it harms no one, but I don't, you know, no. And that's where the cosplay aspect of it comes into it as well, doesn't it? Because it is the sexualization of child characters. It's why I don't agree with it at all. Yeah. Yeah. But what I don't also agree with is somebody not realizing someone is underage, making a mistake one time, and then being booted off the internet forever. You know, there's differences between somebody doing it over and over and over again to somebody doing it once, making a mistake and being destroyed for it. And yeah, I think, yeah, the internet is not a very forgiving place. Oh dear. I'm not going to allow it read because of the word that's being called out, but I will read it. Been yelled at and called a pedo for saying that I think one of the VTubers my partner watches is cute and I want to hug her. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to allow the word that it's getting caught up in, but I have to let the thing through. Sorry, that's... Apologise. Nothing on you, Red, though. Greetings, Shark Girl. Aww. I love sharks. Sharks are heckin' cute. I shouldn't have pinned all these at once because I've given myself a hard job. Instead of screaming at them. Yeah, mass harassing will only lead to hurting people, not change anything. Agreed. The thing I don't usually like is that those angry people don't give arguments nor want to discuss things with them. Yeah. Girl, I get it, yeah. I think I know who you're talking about, Red. Yeah. She's adorable. Adorable. Aww. I mean, a lot of VTuber designs are really heckin' cute. Yeah. Oh dear. Also, this is how this is coming along. Looking pretty heckin' cute too. Maybe not as cute as what was described, but I still think it looks pretty heckin' cute. I'm proud of it. Dear Testing, I hope you're having a good day. Oh, is it Gal Gura? Gura has a really cute character design. Yeah, for sure. There's a similar issue in other areas too. I remember reading about cosplay that made a highly realistic... Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I am aware. The one that got through the French finals and then got disqualified once they hit the Euros because they literally did blackface. Not only did they do blackface, they made prosthetics for their face to make their face... The thing is, okay. Okay. I have a pretty specific thing with cosplay. Pretty specific rule with my cosplays. If I was to take an aspect of my cosplay and wear it or take it outside the house, just have it outside the house would it be an issue? Would it cause offense? And that's a great way of taking your cosplay guns out, your cosplay, any of your cosplay stuff, because you're wearing it in public. So you might be in a convention hall, but you're still in public. So if your guns are realistic to the point where people think it's a gun, that's a problem. You have to have like the yellow nozzle or whatever on the end. If you are wearing hate signals on your cosplay, that is a problem. And if you are doing blackface, that is a problem. It's basically, if you take an aspect of your cosplay and you couldn't wear it out of the house normally, you shouldn't have it as a part of your cosplay. Easy. Easy. It's a really easy way of working if you should have it as a part of your cosplay. And anyone can use it. You can use it on any aspect of your costume. And a lot of people were arguing that she did it for realism. It doesn't matter. If she had worn this individually, those aspects, and worn it outside the house, outside of her costume, that's a hate crime. She would have been arrested. So no, it doesn't matter that she was making it for the realism of her costume. She couldn't have worn it outside of the costume, and thus, it's not okay. And yeah, that's that. Easy. Done. That's how you do it. Same with guns, same with any hate signals. Like, you might want to cosplay a character from the Holocaust. Okay, but you can't have any of those patches on you, because if you went outside the house with those on them, you would be arrested. It's really easy. Like, that's it. Because at the end of the day, if you have to travel to a Comic-Con, if you have to get in a taxi to a Comic-Con, if you have to leave the Comic-Con to go buy drinks, would you be able to? No, there, easy, done. You know, it's not difficult. It doesn't take that much thought. And if you get through months and months of crafting, and you still, they're still thinking that it's okay, that's more of a problem with you. Yeah, I saw all that go down when that happened, and it's such a blatant common sense thing, at least to any cosplayer, to be like. And also, it's obviously racist. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, making breakfast, yum, heck yeah. I'm not going to name the cosplayer, and if anyone names them in chat, I'm going to delete it, because I don't want to send hate to them at the end of the day. I know that they haven't changed, but, or at least from what they've said, they still think they're in the right, whatever. But you don't send hate to people. That's not what happens. But it was a situation that happened, and it's not. Listen, some people don't have common sense. Yeah. It would be a good thing, absolutely, yeah. Making breakfast again! Totally agree there. Realism could still hurt this. Well, the thing is, you wouldn't have been negatively judged for your skin color being different to the costume. Because that's discrimination. Like, just putting it out there, if you cosplay somebody different to your race, you're not gonna be like, the judges aren't gonna come up to you and be like, well, your cosplay is fantastic, you've showed a really amazing array of skills, I love every aspect of your costume. But unfortunately, the character's a different race to you, so I'm gonna dock points for that. In what world? In what world are they gonna do that? Like, and if they did, you would have such good grounds to complain. Like, no, in no world are they going to do that to you. Like, the only reason that you would do that is because you wanted to see yourself as that race in that costume. Aye. It's something. It's something. It's something. The thing is, if you really wanted to see that character actualized in 100% accuracy, and you're not the same race or gender, for instance, as the character in this particular case, that was the case, you could always give the costume to someone who is. and maybe do a different one for your competition. Just saying. It would still be a very impressive costume build. You clearly pride yourself on the skills. Ah, dear. It's also about, like, who can see you, right? So some things might not be hurtful in itself, and not everyone should see everything, and, like, you absolutely can cosplay certain stuff, like October, very spooky stuff, but, like, you should always think about who can see it. Think twice before posting on public platforms. Yeah, like, there are some things you just don't show in public. A lot of people keep their props very wrapped up before they get to a con, specifically so nobody worries in public. Even if they are ridiculously fantastical weapons, they'll still keep them wrapped up. Some people won't apply fake blood until they get to a con, because that kind of thing will worry people in a public place. You know, just because it's Comic-Con Day doesn't mean all public standards go out of the window. And if you travel with fake blood all over you, people are going to stop you. People are going to be worried. You know, that's how it is. Oh my god. So Lauren, you have joined me in the middle of a rant. I hope you are having a good day. Welcome. We're making a heckin' cursed bra today. What are you up to? Oh my god, are we praising the sun? We could do with some light in this channel. I hope you're having a good day. Hi Joe, hi Lavi, hi Smokey, how goes it? And Witch, oh, and Markula, thank you so much for the follow. Solar and Stab and Mac and Pa and Pizza, how goes it? Right, this is a preaching common sense. It is! You need my parasol, get your parasol. And Lavi, thank you so much for the follow. Let me shout you out real quick. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Sol. Oh yeah, now it makes sense actually. Sol, yeah, I can see that. I can see why we're praising the sun. Wait, how are you gonna praise the sun if you got your parasol? Oh, hey Sola. Runa, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in.
Not the sun, and not today. I feel meh, and I don't want the sun today.
Fair enough. I told Sola about you. Oh, thank you, Smokey. That's heckin' kind of you. What were you up to? Making some crafting? What kind of stuff were you making and crafting? Over here, we are doing a lot of boobs this month. We are raising money for Against Breast Cancer. Against Breast Cancer, target secondary breast cancer. And that is when breast cancer gets a lot more dangerous for anyone who doesn't know breast cancer in depth. They're trying to find a vaccine or a cure for it. They've been doing a lot of amazing research. If you want to find out more about the charity itself, !charity in chat. And we are part of an entire team raising money for Against Breast Cancer. So the whole team has raised over $4,000 so far. It's been amazing. I slept. Oh my god, Runa, I hope you're doing okay. Also, hi Jen, how goes it? My day is slow. That's fair. That's fair. I had a few people recommend you the other night. I'm following them. Oh, thank you. If you need to get some rest though, Sola, if you need to take a break or relax, please do. Please do. I crochet. Oh, you made a Jack Skellington plushie. That's very heckin' a good time of the year for that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Runa. 4K, well done. Heck yeah. The team's been absolutely fantastic so far. Like, everything's been amazing. Also, Commander Cass, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, it's been ridiculous. Our whole goal was 5K, and then halfway through the month we already hit 4K. It was ridiculous. Oh, and Crystal, thank you for the follow as well. You're all getting chucked straight into the soup. Like we have a meat grinder. Although to be fair, Crystal, you did get into the basket. Oh dear. My mate's studying to be a researcher of breast cancer. Joe! Oh, that's fantastic. All of the help we can get, to be fair. That's amazing. The Jack's going to bless you. That's awesome. It is. Oh, and Sola, thank you for the follow too. Doing well, raising money, I hear. Yeah. So we've been raised 400 here, but as a team, $4,000. Ridiculous. And again, it's for a really good cause. Also, we're making bras all month because Against Breast Cancer do the bra recycling in the UK. They do all the bra banks. If you've been to a lingerie shop, if you've had your bra fitted recently, there might have been a little bra bank in the corner. And that's where you donate your bras. And as a little background on me, I am a bra fitter. That's my job. I fit bras specifically for people that are going to have surgery or have had surgery. So I do fittings for enlargement, reduction, transition, or breast cancer. That's what I do. That's my job. Ah, dear. Grinder soup, you ask, and the grinder delivers. A fresh bowl of shamrock and dog soup. There you go, delicious. She actually made a poetry book to raise money for research too. Oh, lovely. That sounds really, really good. I bet that was quite a hard-hitting book, though, but it sounds lovely. Yay, no salt today. You ask and the grinder delivers a fresh bowl of follow and corgi soup. So you probably just ate a few of the lovely people that joined just now. A lot of these donation goal things, they go faster at the beginning of setting the goal. Beginning and the end, yeah. But like, I think it depends. Have you ever been part of a really big one, Runa? Because we've been part of a couple of big ones, and they tend to go really quickly at the beginning and really quickly at the end. Also, we have a lot of people doing just one-off streams, and so whenever someone does a one-off stream, it goes much quicker. Yeah. Proper bra fit. Yeah, actually. Yeah, proper bra fitter. Well, to be fair, though, I'm very much a specific specialist fitter. So people like me, we get trained by breast cancer care nurses and doctors because we are porn. We are recommended by local hospitals, so the hospitals will send people directly to us because we work with people that, again, very close to surgery. Yeah, that's a heckin' lot of damage. It's a lovely job. You get to be a really big part of people's lives when they're going through a really tough time. But yeah, because of that, I've been around a lot of people with breast cancer for a long time now. I've been a breast cancer fitter for many years. And yeah, it becomes something that's very, very close to my heart. I mean, you meet a lot of women that have been through breast cancer or are going through breast cancer in this job, and it starts to hit you very hard. And yeah, because of this, I wanted to raise some money for the charity that helps us with all of this, like with all of the support. They supply us with all the leaflets. We've just had like a whole new batch of leaflets come through with all the self-check things. I mean, again, some recent statistics, because it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, just came through that said 47% of women never have done a self-check. Never. In the UK. Women! What are you doing? You take once a month. It takes as long as it takes you to change your clothes. Do a self-check. Honestly, it's so important. Like, you know what, like, it's so common. I mean, I don't like to get too facty on you, but it is the primary cause of death for women in the UK under 50 is breast cancer. You gotta get on it. It's very unlikely that you're gonna find anything, but on the off chance that you do, you gotta be your own biggest self-advocate, because the last thing you wanna do is be one of those people that catch it too late and can't do anything about it. Yeah, you gotta do your self-checks. What's a Discord link for the place that teaches you about how to do it? ! Boobtober! ! Boobtober. It'll take you to the Discord where we have all of the information about the schedules, all of the other amazing, all the other amazing streamers taking part are also in this Discord. And then we also have the bra donation list, we have the self-check guide, we have lots of awesome stuff. Yeah, it's not Okboober. It's Boobtober. Yeah. I think I might also have it as an image that's Twitch safe. Give me 2 seconds. Where was it? I have to make sure I get the Twitch safe one though. Very important. There it is. Oh. Oh no, did it not work? Huh? Girls? Did it not work? This one. There it is. There is our Twitch safe version. Can you see why it's Twitch safe? Ah, dear. See, it takes the same time to get changed. So check your boobs. Check them. Easy. And if you notice anything unusual, early diagnosis saves lives. It's very Twitch safe. Look how Twitch safe I made it. Can you tell I made it myself? Thing is, I wanted it to still have all the important information, so I only covered the nipple. But look how Twitch safe it is. Oh dear. It's fantastic. Oh dear. So yeah, what we're looking for is... Whee! Gotta look for lumps, swelling, discharge, dimpling, armpit lump. Remember the armpit lump. Very important. People forget the armpit lump, but check your armpit too. Armpit lump. Rash. Weird rash. Remember the weird rash. Nipple inversion. Not that you can see it, but it's there. A color change. So if you have random color changes on your boobs. An unusual pain. All of this. Very important. Lumps is the most common. So lumps is about, I think it's 80 to 90% of people, the first thing they'll notice is a lump. But all of these, you could get any of them. The other thing is, men also get breast cancer, and they'll have basically exactly the same symptoms as women. So, men, you're looking for the same stuff. So if you are a bloke, or you identify as a bloke in the chat, and you weren't listening just now, lumps, swelling, discharge, dimpling, armpit lump, rash, nipple inversion, color change, pain. That's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for. Anything like that just suddenly changes. Now bear in mind, like for instance, if you've always had inverted nipples, don't worry about it, that's fine. It's just suddenly if like you're going about your normal daily life and one of them just goes, get that checked out. That's not normal. You know, if you're going through your regular monthly cycle and your boobs are swelling and decreasing and swelling and decreasing, that's fine. That's why it's good to check your boobs the same time every month. And, it's good to check because especially when you're younger, your boobs will be a bit more lumpy. But if you suddenly get a lump, that's not normal. So yeah, check them. Yeah, because you'll have your own normal. Yeah. Okay, I would like to make this smaller so that if I bring it up again, it's not kind of all over my face. There we go. That's bye-bye. I get to do something use a lesson. Exactly, but you gotta know your own normal. And then, that way if anything changes, you know. Speaking of armpit lumps, when I brought my son home after giving birth to him, I developed some lumps in my armpit. Heckin' panicked and called my OB. I didn't know you had tissue all the way up there. Yeah! Tissue all the way in your armpits. It's like you're talking straight to me. If you're a bloke and you weren't listening just now, this is for you. Oh dear. I would never call you out like that. Never call you out like that. Oh dear. Also, Sola, I know what it's like after stream. If you need to run off and get yourself some snacks or some food and some rest, please, as much as it's lovely having your company, please don't put yourself out for me. Like, get yourself some good snacks and foods and stuff. I don't want you going hungry. Oh dear. Even if it's for boobs. Some lumpy fabric in here. Very nice. Go. First line. Heck yeah. I probably might go run and grab some dins. Yeah, I know what it's like after streaming. Get some good foods. Look after yourself. Make sure you are well fed. It's been lovely meeting you. I'll have to check out your Jack Skellington after stream. Oh dear. We all like boobs in here. We all like boobs in here. At the very least, we all appreciate boobs in here. Man and woman boobs, we love them. But don't tell Twitch. Specifically, don't tell Twitch. Oh dear. It's based on the enemies from Resident Evil 7. Oh, sorry. I tried Googling with no good answers. What's Moulded? It's, yeah, based on the enemies from Yeah, you got it. You know what? Queener is giving you the straight facts. Thank you, Queener. Ah, yeah. If you type in Moulded RE7, you'll find them. They're grim. I keep almost putting my pins into the other cup, which is not my intention. There we go. Ooh, that's nasty. Yes. Okay. Next time I'm gonna do one at a time again because I do prefer the look of just the one at a time, but you know what? I was busy. I was busy ranting and this is what happened. Sometimes you have to have a good rant. Ah, dear. They look gross. They are. They're really gross and they're kind of strong, honestly. They're very, very strong. I hated the molded and they kind of just came up with nothing half the time because there was so much mold everywhere. And yeah, I hated the molded. They were a pain, but they were kind of like a very distinct enemy. And so I wanted to have them because, you know, it's like that I easily recognize from that game. Yeah. But I hated them. They were a pain in the ass. There you go. So now we have some extra layers. So we have some of the shiny stuff and then some of the dull stuff. I'm going to put some more dull underneath now. Could actually maybe use just this one. These are the things that we hope for. Go. Oh dear. My monsters need tentacles. Wait, why don't you like tentacles? Wait, you're in this stream and you don't even like tentacles? What's going on? What's going on here then? How did you even find this stream? I was in a bone Hawaii and the photographer was taking this pic of me next to a really hot Brazilian guy and I looked back at the back pic. So I mean like now sculpted peck on the side. Oh, ski slope titty. Oh, thank you, I'll be there in a second. I felt cheated. You felt cheated. No. That's evil. That's heckin' evil. Aww. Dear. Heck. Right, I'm gonna fold this one on its back, but there has just been a knock at the door, which means I might have soup outside. So I'm gonna go get my soup, but I'll leave it. Look at this. Yeah. Looks kind of evil, right? Yeah. Oh, what'd you get? You asked, the grind delivers a fresh bowl of follow and bit soup. Oh, delicious. And you like that? Thank you. I thought it was hot dog pot day. No, I thought it was hot pot dog day. You know what, I'm not even saying it right. But no, it's not. It's a chicken soup and oh, New Day Creates, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. It's chicken soup and then pasta for dinner. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, Effigy, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Soup, you say? Yeah, I'm gonna go grab it actually. Ah, it's 2 seconds. I have to grab soup. Soup. There we go. Another soup. Oh dear, when it's not one soup, it's another. I told my hubby about the pizza yesterday and told him how I don't even know why seeing a pizza made me want pizza since I don't like pizza. So what do you expect? You saw potatoes. You love potatoes. You craved whatever got potatoes to your mouth. It wasn't even the pizza, it was the potatoes. Oh no. Understandable though. You know what? I love potatoes too. What soup? It's chicken soup with roasted vegetables. I roasted it all last night. So I roasted the chicken with the veggies and then I cooked them all for a really long time. So it takes a kind of a long process to make this soup, honestly, because you like roast it for like an hour and then you boil it for like an hour and then you blend it and then you cook it again. But I made it all yesterday, so yeah, I could have it today. Yes. Ah, it's a soup from Resident Evil. Yes, this is DLC soup. Soup DLC. Oh, that'd be cool. I'd pay for the soup DLC, that's for sure. We love a good soup. We love a good soup. I love a good soup, honestly. It's just such easy consumption, you know? Because, like, I know there's a lot of good in this soup. You know, it's like veggies and stuff. So, and yeah. It's already blended though. I don't have to do anything with this. Boil and mash and stick in a soup. Potato. Potato is good. Really good. I love potato. There's no potato in this soup though, I will say. No potato in this one. We do a different chicken soup that's a little, because this one's like a little more spiced. And then we do a slightly plainer chicken soup, which it tastes very different, but that one's got potato in it. It's alright. I do like that one, but that one's like a chunky chicken soup, whereas this is like a smooth chicken soup. There you go. Then we have the eye come out of this part too, and then I'll probably do an extra bit along the bottom. Ah, dear. You're also from Wales. Oh my god, nice! I will say I am from England. I've just been here for like a while. That's why I have more of an English accent. Yeah, good soup. This soup. It's soup, soup, soup. Like the prop board on the Harry Potter set on the first movie, and the lead does it just say soup, soup, soup? So sad when your meme goes. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's good soup, but it's very hot. This soup is also thick. Like, that's thick soup. Like, so thick. Oh my god. Oh, thick soup. But it's good. But it's so thick. Oh. I love it, but it's so thick. Oh. Oh. There was a leaky soup and a soup leaky other stuff. Wait, there was also leaky soup and soup leaky and stuff on the reading that one. On the south, I was like, God, noise. Ah, dear. Samwise. Thick. You ever turn your honey upside down to get the last of it from the bottom? Discovered that my wife did that when she put it away, but she also didn't fully close the... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is, in fact, a cabinet mess. You know what? It happens to the best of us. Oh, who needs a taste buds when you can just burn them off with curry? Potato curry pizza and good soup. Yes. Oh my god. You know what? I bet Shifty was really happy when the first thing Shifty came in and heard was about the potato curry pizza. Because I bet Shifty's really missed potato curry pizza. Oh dear. How you doing, Shifty? I hope you're having a good day, Jelly. Why are you making a bra out of mold? Shifty, because this is what the boobers want. They want moldy bra, actually. They said natural, please. Natural bra next. And I said, yes, booba. And they said, okay, let's do mold bra. And I said, okay, booba. And here we are. 50. Listen, I just do what the booba says. Oh dear. I will say it looks cool though. She's trying to make mold people. Mold people. This is where we're at so far. Doesn't it look kind of cool though? Like, look at all these layers. Oh. Deary me. I can recommend googling soup and it brings you to the wiki article. German YouTuber loves arrowing the first movie and does it frame by frame for 5 minutes, so it's easy to find arrow. We're talking about 5 minutes. Big laugh is trying the prop board in the background. Oh, okay. Soup. Oh dear. It does sound kind of good. Oh, soup. Right. There's probably quite a few threads on the inside, so let's just take a moment to clean my mess. There we go. go. That's better. Oh dear. Is it the Resident Evil 7 bra? Just mold. Very cool though. Heck yeah. Mold. Booba, is that the new driving license service? Very provocative. Yes. Looks tip-top. Tip-top. Thank you. I love drinking soup out of a mug. There's something very satisfying about mug soup. Booba, where you need to go places but also want air on the giggly bits. Or is that jiggly or giggly? I guess both, right? On the jiggly giggly bits. Oh dear. Right, I want actually this bit here. And I want it like this. Oh yeah, there we go. Jiggly, sorry, no, giggly. I want it to be jiggly giggly. I refuse. No apologies, because I like both. Jiggly giggly bits. My boobs always cackle. Every day. You think I'm cackling, but really it's just the boobas. Again, please don't tell Twitch. I feel like that is the sort of thing they get you in trouble for. I don't know why, and I don't know under what terms of service that is, of like quieting your boobas, but like, please hush the boobas. Quieten your tartars. Oh dear. Boobs do be funny. Booba, when your nip noops want to be free, but your schedule says you have places to be able to see. The boobs were in control all along. Always have been. Oh dear. I think that is a surprise to no one, to be fair. The idea that the boobs have been in control all along, like, yeah. Absolutely. Like, of course they were. Like, there could have been no other possible outcome, really. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna do these one at a time this time, because last time I didn't do that and it was hard and I struggled. I struggled just a little bit with it. Yeah. There you go. Oh. You're like so mean. So mean. Mean booby machine. Yes. Toss a coin to your boobas. If you flick coins at people's tits, they're gonna be pissed. You can't do that. That's. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to flick coins at people. It needs to be at least like a note. If it's not at least a note, that's cruel. That brings a new meaning to Avalia Plenty. Nah, it needs to be at least a note. You can't throw coins at people. Whatever service they're giving you, you can't throw coins at people. That's mean. It's fun here, but I'm back. No, that's fair, Red. I hope you feel better soon. Take care of yourself. I hope you have somebody looking after you too. I hope your chicken soup is good. Oh my god. Oh no, did I catch a stitch? I did catch a stitch. Take that stitch out of here. There you go. No. No catching that stitch. You'll be fine, don't worry. I'm not worried about it. There we go. And all the way to the end. There you go. First one. Oh, man, there's strip clubs in there. Where there's a coin-based currency. No, they're big coins. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's not. No. You can't throw those at people. You're gonna knock someone out. You'd cause an injury. What if they are coins that say nice boobs? Well, that's a very nice gesture, but I still think you'd knock someone out. Listen, it's a nice gesture, but not if they die, you know? I don't know, the nice gesture is kind of overruled by, like, potential death, I think, in this particular case. Go. I think I want like a couple more, but I don't want too much more of this bit, because then I'm going to put a new piece on. Yes. Yee! Salumpy. Salumpy. Kind of looks like a dragon, don't you think? If it wasn't so moldy, it could be a dragon. Okay. Unfortunately we're all sick right now, so I have to care for each other. That's fair enough. Oh, I hope you all feel better soon then. Yes. Hear me out. Boob paste Pokemon. Bulbasaur. You know what? I think someone might have got there before you, honestly. I remember Tumblr. I remember Tumblr once, before they banned all sexual content. I remember some of the content they had on there. Oh dear. Can you name it Spyro, although it's not purple? Could I name it Spyro, although it's not purple? I mean, I don't see any reason why not. Like, why not? It could be a Spyro. I'm also just thinking I could, like, leave this edge bit raw and then just have something else sewn over the top, honestly. Like, why not? Because I need something to go next, and I think I'm gonna do a new piece. We got the bit under the eye done, so that's good. It looks so good! Very molded. I mean, it would be a dragon if maybe it didn't have the extra. Bear in mind, it's gonna have like 3 eyes and teeth coming out of its head, like the top of its head. But in theory, maybe. Some kind of dragon. You said it looked like a dragon. I mean, listen. You're right, I did say it looked like it. Oh dear. Headline reads, man dies as collateral damage for drive-by boob coining ricochets. Heckin' dangerous, those boob coin ricochets. You have to be very careful. You don't want to get caught. The middle of the cup is giving me Eye of Sauron vibes, which then makes me my eyes are up here comment a bit complicated. My eyes are down here, yeah. In this particular bra, it really would be my eyes and my teeth are down here. Some people will be very into this. Is that the plain one again, or is that the shiny? That's the shiny. Good, good, good. I want the shiny on the outside this time. Ah, very me. Welcome to the family, sir. Yeah. You'd have to be like, welcome to the family, because it's going to be coming from down there. It's just not quite so intimidating. This was not how Resident Evil 7 was intended, but you know, I've made them a molded bra. Can I come into the family? I've made you a bra. I don't think people want to look down at it. What do you mean? It's beautiful. Beautiful. There you go, that'll be the last piece. So we have a mixture of the shinier side and duller side. So we have like a little bit of texture in there, kind of. Because otherwise it's a lot of the same colour. I put a bit of texture. There's a couple of warning the bra bites. Yeah, the bra would bite. It'll also stare at you. But like, isn't it kind of like a sexy stare? Like, ooh, ooh. Like, it kind of gives you that sultry stare. Like, ooh. Oh, dear. So this is why I don't tell my work what I do. Ow! Oh, my teeth! Oh, I didn't deserve that. Oh. The soup is still good though. Oh, my teeth. My poor front teeth. I laughed into my cup. Oh. Push it back in. I'll be fine. Right, let's get this bit done. So hopefully this should be the last part for this side. Oh, such a silly bra. So silly. And then just like that. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Oh, someone's watching me by Rock Cross Dance. Oh, I mean, what if you took, you know, you meeting up with your girlfriend for the first time, and you know, she takes you back to her place. Things going really well. You go to the bedroom, and she takes her top off, and this greets you. It's like covered in ridges with eyes on it. Oh, very textured. What then? What is next move? I mean, I'd probably want a closer look personally. I'd be like, whoa, where'd you even get that? Babe, your breasts are judging me. Oh dear. I think it would I'd say it's a conversation starter, but I would assume at this point things are already kind of going well, so like it's something. You should have told me you weren't alone. Oh dear. I mean, in context to the game, it's really weird because of who this character kind of is. But like, if you take that out of it. Oh, look, the music decided to step up to the it's like, oh yeah, I can set the theme. Oh my god. Honestly, making bras is so fun. It's so silly. It's like silly fun. Maybe not the most beginner friendly, but very silly fun. I needed to hide your bra. I can't perform with this audience. Deary me. Oh. I mean though, I think out of all the bras we've made, I still think I prefer this one to the one with bin bags on it. The bin bra smelled like bin. At least she doesn't take her top off and stink like bin bag. You know, She made the choice for you to like, I'm just going to assume whichever girl you've taken out has this entire wardrobe of bras for some reason. She chose to wear a bra that didn't smell like bins. So you know what? I think it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Could have been one that stunk like literal bins. Oh dear. This one at least will smell like a bra. Oh dear. And I don't know, the eyes, I don't know, they're suggestive eyes. Like, look at those suggestive eyes. Look at that, they're like, whoa, whoa. So suggestive. Wow. Okay, let's get these next two lines on there, get some extra fabric rolls in here. Near the bottom. I'm going to be a little careful on the very bottom because that's the piece that's going to fold into the channeling that I don't want to add too much fabric. So if I'm not adding as many at the bottom, that's why. So I'm going to add a few now and then maybe go a little easier at the very bottom. Just so that, yeah, I'm not adding loads and loads where the channeling's going to be. Yeah. That's what's going to be happening now. Could have been better too. Yeah, it could have been the Scooby-Doo bra, to be fair. That's a pretty normal one. Oh. Remember the Tamtoa scene in Moana where you're trying to talk to Moana but she keeps switching from one eye stalk to the other? Just pick an eye, babe. I can't concentrate on what you keep saying. Yeah, just pick one. Oh, yeah, it would kind of be like that. Oh. I love Moana. Moana's great. Oh. Hear me. They announced another Disney film recently, didn't they? Is it Encanto? I remember it meant love, but I don't remember the actual name. Encanto or Canta? I don't remember. Something like that, right? But they when was that? That was a little while ago. I am very excited. Excited. Another Disney film. Because I don't tend to watch them very soon after they come out. I still haven't watched the most recent Frozen, to be honest. But, like, I tend to watch them at some point. They tend to be films that, like, eventually I will watch. So I'm always quite excited for them because, like, I know that I'll probably watch it one day. Unlike other films where it's like, I won't watch it, probably. This is a film that I might watch at some point. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. Even though there is extra space, because it's getting really close to the channeling and I just don't want to cause that problem for myself later on. So yes, we will trim that. Let me pin it to the edge so I know exactly where that is. Ah, dear. Cool, and then give it a bit of a wide berth. You down there. I can always trim that down a little bit later, but for now, nice. A cup, and that would actually be. I'm not sure exactly. I think it's difficult at this point, but I think this is the center. And then this is this center. I did put one in there. Yeah. With and without. They look quite different, huh? Like when I've not put any of the extra bits on it. It looks... God, it looks different, but I really love all the extra pieces. There we go. Man. Look at that. It looks so different before it has all the extra pieces on it. Yeah, that's gonna look so cool once they both go into the bra. I'm gonna have a little bit more of my soup because I don't want my soup to get cold. Mm. Oh, it looks so good. It's gonna look really odd, I think, once it's done. But I think it'll look fine. The rest of the bra is actually pretty standard. The only bit that's a bit weird is that on one side we have some straggly bits that will go underneath. So when we're building the pattern, we will actually, I think, we build it into the pattern, or should we have them as extra pieces? I'm not sure. Build some tubes that will go underneath. Yeah. Where'd I get all the sacrificial bras? Yeah. So, there's a charity shop reasonably close to me. This is like maybe more of a UK thing. Basically, as a brief explanation to anyone who doesn't live in the UK and have this as part of their culture, we have bags given to us in the post to which we can easily donate stuff to charity shops. So what happens is they say on the bag what they want put in there, and it's normally clothes, books, maybe DVDs. You put them in the bags, put them at the end of your road or end of your house, and they will come and collect them on the designated day. Sometimes people put things in them that they don't ask for, like bras. There is a charity shop near me that has received a lot of bras recently, and that particular charity shop doesn't accept bras as donations. So I went in and I bought all of their bras for £1 each. And those are the bras that I'm using. They are not necessarily the highest quality bras because they were never meant to be donated in the first place. So they basically got donated through that kind of method where they were put in the plastic bags that are left at the end of the road and received. And yeah. And then, you know, I went in and asked a few charity shops if they had any bras that they didn't need and that I could buy off them. And I found one that did. And I just bought them all. I actually went in 2 times and bought some extras another time after like some time had passed. And yeah, I got some extras. That's how I got all my bras. And each bra was £1. The other thing is, not every bra, like for instance this bra is probably another one that won't go because of what I'm doing to the cup, but most bras, like Easily Tifa, the one we did yesterday, the breast cancer awareness, Stenosis, Haunter, Scooby-Doo, all of those ones, they're all going to get donated at the end of the month to Against Breast Cancer, which do take bras as donation. Yeah, so they'll get stripped for parts then. So those bras will have their wires removed, they'll have their hooks removed, they'll have all the plastics removed. They'll get sent to small businesses and they get remade into new bras. Yeah. The reason I wouldn't send ones like this is because what I'm doing to the cup, where I kind of am destroying it, so like you wouldn't really be able to reuse this. That's okay. I might make like a display of some of the bras that I am not going to be able to donate. Maybe just keep them as like a memento. Yeah. Who knows? Something like that. There's a celery stalk on this. That's not what I want in my soup. I thought there might be because I kept sipping it and being like, there's something in this. It's celery. That's the issue, is I think if you blend celery, you kind of have to sieve it out, but I don't like sieving this particular soup because I like it thick. And it takes some of the thickness out of it. Anyway, right. What do I want to do? Start from the top, I think? How big is the top of this one? It's quite big. If it's quite big, then I probably need to start with a bigger piece. Let's move that cup up there for now, and we'll come back to you later. And we're going to do the same thing as before. I've forgotten how to do again. I think it's this. And then pinch it. Yeah, it's this and then pinch it. One day, I'll remember how to do it immediately. This time was pretty quick, to be fair. my god, Messenger! Thank you so much for the £5 against breast cancer. Oh, Messenger, do you want an arm tattoo? I should have it on display more, to be fair. Do you want to pick an arm tattoo? We've got a load. If you have a theme you'd like, because we've got hundreds of tattoos here, what would you be interested in? Like, if you just pick a thing, I might be able to find it. And I'll start going through these. So you can... Any birds? Probably. Give me 2 seconds, I'll find... We've got 2 birds there. I'll find all of them and then I'll show you your bird options. Because they've probably got a few birds. Beep, 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 beep. There's a bird. Oh dear. There's a bird. That's a bigger version of that bird too. Yeah, that's a bird. There's 2 birds on that one. I can see a bird on this one. Bird vision. Bird vision. Okay, I think we've got a few options for you here, Messenger. Okay, right. Get ready, get ready. Right. We have a little Tweety bird in the corner, which is quite small, but there's the little Tweety bird. We've got a goose and another little yellow bird there. We have a duck and a bird with a badge that says the best. That was the same one that was just smaller. And then on this one we have 2 birds talking to each other, which I've put upside down. 2 birds talking to each other and a bird that says free underneath it. Yeah, that's those 2. What are you feeling? Got lots of birds. Got... I think this is the repeat one, yeah. Oh my god, the lovebirds! The lovebirds! Got it. 2 birds, 1 donation. Oh dear. There we go, lovebirds. Yeah, there's so many of these. Like, if you say what you like, it's like, that's probably one. At least one. Go. And where's my flannel really quickly? Have I hidden it from myself? Again? Oh no. Where do I hide my flannel? Keep doing this. There it is. Unhide, please. Okay. Gonna put it, I'll put it on the other wrist actually. Which means there we go. That's how the saying goings, yeah. No, thank you so much for the £5 towards against breast cancer. It's very heckin' kind of you. I think that means we're slowly inching closer to the next milestone. Heck yeah. Which will be another hellish stream, honestly. Not for you, but for me. Which is when we have all of the timers off of our sound alerts. When we hit 450. If we hit 500, we can do our heckin' giveaway. Lol, I didn't realize you had water off screen, so when you pulled that other fan, I reached out of my brain and said, not the soup, not the soup! It's not the soup, do not worry. I have a little bowl of water over here. It's like under my head. It's like helping me with the tattoos. Yes. There you go. Look at my little lovebirds. They're a bit wet right now, but they're on there. Little lovebird tattoo. Very cute. Very heckin' cute. I've still got the ones from yesterday as well. So I still got my infinity and my diamond. And I got 2 little lovebirds. Heck yeah. Oh dear. It's always great when I go outside and I have all these new tattoos. I was like, what's going on? Why Why do you have all these tattoos suddenly? Don't worry, everyone. Don't worry. I love going to work with them as well. That's the other thing that you guys don't see, is me going to work in my nice short sleeve top. Oh, dear. Thank you, Jelly. That's actually my last thing today. I'm gonna head out. That's fine. It's a great cause and I'm very proud. Oh, thank you. Top-notch home office entertainment. Oh, bless you, Messenger. Thank you. And have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for popping by. I'm gonna take Messenger's lead. It's like, oh my god, Smokey, yes. Please get yourself some rest. You've been here for a minute. Look after yourself and get some rest, both of you. Getting late. Or early. Oh dear. What time is it for me? Not that late. Not that late, actually. Oh, wait, what time is it? Okay, it's fine. I have to be careful because there's a chance that Shiny might bring me a second cup of soup, so I do need to finish my first one. Otherwise I might get more soup. The fear of extra soup. You know? It's there. Go. I'll drink some more soup just in case. Also, I apologise if you can hear any background sound. I think there's some drilling going on in the area. Very nice. Right. Right. Next bit. Let's start the second cup, because they'll look best when they're together, I think. Having the two cups matching each other. Is this right? Yes, this is right. This will fold it back over onto itself, so yes, this is right. It just feels a bit odd for some reason at the very beginning, but I think it's okay. Like, probably if this cup was to turn like this. Yeah, it's gonna feel better. That's better. And not that it really matters if I do neat stitching on the first bit anyway. I don't know why I care so much, because the rest of the stitching is always really messy anyway on this. But something about me is just like, I want this first bit to be nice and neat. Why? I'm not sure. But that's okay, that's fine. We're here anyway. Trying. Attempting. Neatness. That's fine. Yeah, there we go. It gets it nice, again, that nice line along the back. Not that it matters at all on this particular bra, but I don't know why I keep doing this. It's fine. If I was making a normal bra, I would care a lot more about that nice, neat line, but on this one I really shouldn't care at all, and I shouldn't be wasting my time trying to get it. There's part of me that's just like, but the nice, neat line, though. Oh dear. I will trim my threads, though, because that still matters to me. There we go. Right, let's start getting this bit done. Turn this the right way around and start exactly making a bit of a mess. So we'll start just pinching it, getting extra fabric in here, but then folding it over so that I can stitch on top of it. And then have it just pinched again. And then have it folded over the other way so that I can pinch it again. There we go. That should confuse it about the right amount, I think. There you go. For a first one, I think that'll be okay. Oh, okay. I'll do it one at a time again. I just prefer how it looks when I do it one at a time. Like, I can do it all at once, but it just doesn't ever look quite as neat. And I think, as much as it's meant to look messy, spending a little extra time doing it one at a time I think is fine. There we go. And then just go over this. And just go over this. Then... Oh, where'd I put that? Into the side of my machine? Oops. And just have that going over there. Oh, I can stop there. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, and then we can do another one, which I'm just going to do as a ruffle, I think. Yes. To cover some of that first one. The first one I wanted to like sew into it a bit because I didn't want it to go over the edge so much. Yeah. Because if it had gone over the edge, it would have made the cup look kind of wonky. Okay, and then we'll have a look at where the eye is because... There it is. We got space. I probably want to start pulling it a bit like this. Just so that we have a bit going out a little bit so that it's starting to do this, because this needs to be kind of even. So we want it to start evening it out a little bit, because otherwise it's going to be much bigger on this side suddenly, and that's no good. So we'll slowly start to even that out. Not too difficult since it's meant to look messy anyway. This would be much difficult if I was trying to make it look neat the whole time, which I'm not. Aha. Okay, there we go. And the next one. And all the way up. And there we go. There we go. Nice. We are. Oh, did I catch that? I did. No. Okay. What can I do? Since I don't want this fabric anyway, I wonder if I could just pull the fabric, but probably not. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo that bit. That's fine. That's my bad. I done it the first part. So I caught the edge of this in here. I could tear the fabric, but it probably leaves some threads and it'd be more of a pain. I'd just restitch it. If it was an easier fabric to tear, then I'd do that. Okay. And ooh. I should still be able to see where I did my original stitching, to be fair, so it's not going to be too difficult to redo. And under there. Oh, it's a pain, because it's quite a long one. Although, to be fair, actually, we haven't done any unpicking so far, right? So, all things considered, not terrible. How many hours in? Two and 3/4. I'll take that, although technically I probably didn't sew for the first quarter of an hour, so 2.5 hours in. I will take that. There we go. Go. Ooh. ooh, ooh, ooh. That's tight. That's tight over here. Aye, so close to the other end. Ooh. There we go. There we go. Ooh. There we go. There we go. And then let's do, oh god. Not that much, not that much. I just want to pinch it into there. And not have any of that behind it. There we go. Can I pull that extra thread just out there? Yeah, I can. Nice. Trying to follow the same where I stitched before because I think that will look the best. That'll do. Close enough. I think I'm almost nearly out of bobbin as well, so I'm probably going to get a bobbin betrayal in just a minute. I'm gonna have to be a bit careful of that. So I don't want that to happen. Go. Right. Let's see. Do I want to do one or two? Two more before I think the eye. Let's see. Let's do one here. Oh, this feels like Persona music, and then it ended sad. I'm sorry. You can see what it was. It was called Disco Review by Stefan Mikkel or something like that, I think. So if you were looking to listen to it again, there you go. Oh dear. I think so. Persona music is pretty widely known, right? Even outside of, like, I've never played a Persona game and I know songs from Persona. Oh dear. So I wouldn't be surprised if people were inspired by it. There you go. Let's do a thin one there. How are we doing on bobbin? I think we can do one here. I'm just going to be a little careful after this. I don't want to lose bobbin. Swear, bobbin. Swear. Don't betray. No betrayal. No betrayal. Oh dear. They will never see it coming. I mean, that's one of them. But that's not the only one. There's what's the other one I know? Or is it the same song? That might be the same song, I'm not sure. I don't know. Life will change. Okay, let's do this. I guess that's the issue of not knowing Persona. It might just be the same song. Okay, I think that might be the end of the bobbin. Oh no, I've got plenty on here. Why are you doing this then? You're just getting really loose. I thought you were loosening off because you'd finished. Ah, you're being silly. It's very difficult, by the way, to sing a song when you can hear another song in the background. Oh dear. That was a heckin' struggle. Okay, I'm gonna... Maybe. Yeah, I first heard that song as a remix with another song as well. I don't know if you guys know the song, or not the song, the anime, How Heavy Are the Dumbbells That You Lift? Somebody remixed the opening of How Heavy Are the Dumbbells That You Lift with the opening, not the opening, with the Life Will Change song. And that's where I first heard that song. Was because it was remixed with that, and I was like, it popped up in my recommendation, and I was like, okay. I mean, I don't know the other half of this, but sure, I'll listen to it. And so I listened to it, and I was like, oh yeah, sick, this sounds really cool. I wonder what the other half of the song actually sounds like. And so I went and listened to it. Where's the eye? There it is. Oh wait, I need to trim this, don't I? I forgot what I was doing. Looks up song now. Yeah, there's a remix between How Heavy the Dumbbells That You Lift versus Life Will Change, I suppose, would be the song. I just know it's the Persona song. Excuse my ignorance. Yeah, it sounds really good, by the way, though. Very good. The song for How Heavy the Dumbbells That You Lift is called, like, Onagai Muscle. Fantastic song. So good. Oh, then again, the whole anime was fantastic. So fun. Oh. Deary me, that is boffin, right? It's good. Oh, dear me, yeah, I thought it was a proper bop. But then, like, yeah, I wanted to see what the Persona song that it had been mixed with was, because it is a bop. And I was like, that's where I first heard it. So I went and looked up the Persona song that it got mixed with. Because of course you would, right? After a song like that. So that's what I did. Ah. And I want this one. There we go. And that'll be the up part there. And then we'll do a few bits under here, of course, to match it. Ah! In fact, I could probably even use some of this. Heck yeah, we're getting there! Do you know the anime I'm a Spider So What? I know of the anime I'm a Spider So What. I haven't gone and actually watched it, but I know what you're talking about, yeah. Oh dear! Oh, Doge, how good is it? Good morning. I'm finishing Loom to Hats yesterday. Now I wait for cold weather. Oh god. In Florida? You could be waiting a while, right? I believe in you. I believe in you. I hope you find something else to do while you wait. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sounds like a heckin' waiting game. Come over to the UK, we're cold. Oh. The openings and the endings of those are amazing too. Oh, okay, so that's got like a really good bop. Nice, nice. I do appreciate a good bop. One can appreciate a bop. Oh dear. Deary me. out of there. And then just take that over here. Go down to here. Hold it. There we go. And into there. There we go. Very nice. Alright, that is the first piece added. Yes. Very nice. Covering the top of our eye. Looks very heckin' cool. Nice and all over the place. Oh, thick. There we go. Goes to 50. Ugh. Not for me. Not for me. Ew. Too hot. Too hot. Couldn't handle. There we go. And you can see where the stitches was. That's a little annoying. But unless I use this side to initially go into it, but I kind of would prefer to use this side. I think but it wants me to use this side. Yeah. Okay. Society. Songs like this. And going on to the eye. Oh wait, is this the right side? It is, yes. So I get the opposite side this time. Nice, nice, nice. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. On the other side, I want this to turn up a little bit. And we go. And then up to here. And then over the bit that we sewed just now. And then how far do I want to go down? Probably not that far down, because we're just doing a little bit here. It wouldn't be very much. Well, we'll do a little bit. Enjoy watching you create the outfits. The only costume I ever made was Squidward! Oh, heck yeah! That sounds fantastic. That sounds so good. That's a good one. Like that. Oh dear. Taki! We have a potentially named question. What does Jelly enjoy on their tacos? I'm still learning that myself. Because growing up, we always had tacos in one way. And now I'm like having different ways of having tacos. But it's got to be fresh tomatoes. And fresh guac. I'm not really a salsa person. But like, I like fresh ingredient. I don't know if I like meat. I don't know if I like meat on my tacos. I might just like beans. I don't know. I think I like veggie tacos more than I like meat tacos. Yeah. And cheese. It's gotta be cheese. Cheese. Gotta be cheese. Yes. Veggies, beans, cheese. Yes. In fact, no, I don't want guac on my taco, but I want guac with my taco. Yeah. I just want a tub of it, please. That's what I like. I think. But I'm still kind of learning. Yeah. Because we had them a lot growing up, and I didn't really like them for a while. And now I'm starting to like them again. You know? Yes, there you go. There's your answer. Go on, 3 hours. Go on, look at the stream we did yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that. Go on. 3 hours ain't nothing. 3 hours ain't nothing. Go on. Most of our streams have been 6 or 7 hours recently. I hope you're having a good day, though. Welcome on in. You did like 6, oh my god. Yeah, most of our streams have been 6 or 7 hours, isn't it, Gon? Hey, Gon, you're gonna have a nasty surprise. How goes all of the art? I saw your panels this morning. They looked fantastic. Oh dear. Ta! Okay, I need to trim some stuff now. This is an awkward sized piece, you see. I don't need this much underneath there. It's just going to cause problems later on. Ah, dear. There we go. None of that. And then you want to just start building it up again. Yes. Better. There we are. Dear, we're making the molded bra. So we've done one side, and we're just doing the other side now. I have not scanned it. When I finish the chapter and put it on DeviantArt Webtoon, I'll share it to the community. If you're putting it on Webtoon and it's going under a paywall, please don't put it on the community or anything like that, because I don't want you to put stuff on there when it's like behind a paywall or anything like that. Gone. Because it does deserve to be honestly behind a paywall. Like, it's very good. You know? So I'm having a little bit of a wrestle with this one because... Ugh. Get in there. There you go. There we are. Payroll? How do I publish it? Well, I don't know, because paywall. Sorry, paywall. Some things on Webtoon you pay to view, right? So if your work is going to be something that you have behind a paywall, please don't put it on our community for free. Just have a link to your Webtoon. Does that make sense? I might have to pin 2 of these at once because... Okay. Good. And like that. That's better. Yeah, I might have to do both of those at once. That's okay. It gives me a texture I like, so I'm okay with doing those 2 at once. We're talking about this community is awesome. That's why I would share it for free in every wholesome community. That's very kind of you, but your art is very good and you put a lot of work into it, and You deserve to be paid for your time. You could maybe you could do like first couple chapters free, and then the rest of it could be behind a paywall, maybe. I don't know. I can't dictate how you charge, but you know, I think you should charge for your work. You know, not if you didn't plan to charge for it at all. If you thought it was going to be free in general, fine, that's fine. Don't let me change your mind on that. But if you were going to have it behind a paywall, please don't make it free for us. You know? If it was always going to be behind a paywall for some people, maybe they could be exclusive for some people, but like the majority of it's still behind a paywall. That way you could have like, oh, our community can read chapter 1, but if you want to read the rest of it, you have to go to the webtoon to read the rest of it, if that makes sense. Because ideally, I still think you should be paid for the entirety of your work if you are having it something that you have to pay for to read in general. If it's free on webtoons in general, don't worry about it. But I might have just misunderstood the situation, and if that's the case, my bad. Oh dear. Yeah. You feel free to correct me. If it was always going to be free, ignore me. Oh dear. I don't know. And at the end of the day, it is your decision. You are the creator of said thing. Yeah. I feel bad if you're underselling yourself to us. Five chapters to hook some people to the big event of the story, maybe? You're thinking business. I need big business brain. Well, I'm just thinking, like, if you don't mind me asking, Gon, how much time do you spend drawing each chapter? Like, if you want it to be free, though, if you think that's... If it's just going to be a hobby thing, and it's for fun, and you enjoy it, and you want it to be free, that's fine. But how long do you spend drawing each of these chapters? I mean, I am not one to talk, but... Alpha, thank you. Wait, Alpha, what are you doing? That's very hecking kind of you. I was going to say thank you for the horn. Thank you so much. That's very hecking kind of you. Jeez. What the heck? That's very sweet. Thank you. That's very hecking kind of you. What the heck? Thank you. Oh dear. Well, welcome on in, and I hope you enjoy your pink motes during the month of Boobtober. Oh dear. Yeah. Again, if it's just going to be a hobby, if it's just something you're going to enjoy and have fun with, and you're not looking to make any money off of it, that's absolutely fine. Have fun with it, and, you know, have them up for free and stuff like that. And you never know, it might blow up into something big, and then maybe you could potentially monetize it down the road. But if you're spending hundreds of hours on these, a chapter maybe took 2 or 3 months. With better tools, maybe like 1.5. I think that's what gets me. Is that they take so long, yeah? Yeah. You know, but again, if it's something that you want to do as a hobby and have fun with, and not make any money, like, that's absolutely fair enough. Like, don't put it behind a paywall and have fun with it. But if it's taking so long, you know, even if it made any revenue at all, it'd be something back for your time. There's like it would be worth looking into this for you. I know there are a lot of YouTuber videos that would explain this better than me, that are done by people that have studied business, right? They would do much better with this than I would, because there's definitely a give and a take when it comes to putting things behind a monetary wall. But that is so much of your time gone, so much. And with things like this, you know, having a couple of free chapters might be really good to get people like to see if they're going to like your content. But then if they want to continue reading, maybe that would be really good that they you know, pay something because you're spending months of your time drawing it and to support you. And you know, like you're streaming, you're showing your processes, things like that, and it'd be another way that people could support if they wanted to. But they'd actually get something for their support. They'd get the new chapters. Also, Zero, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. I am being a hypocrite by saying, I hope you're having a good day. Like, I will say, God, you are getting this from the worst person in the world. I absolutely refuse to sell anything, and I only give things away. But, so I am the biggest hypocrite in the world. But, oh dear. Yeah. As somebody that I've looked into it before a little bit. Creating a platform for yourself online for art and stuff like that is not necessarily the easiest if you want to do webcomics, because finding people, you know, when you're in a sea of things like that is difficult. But you could definitely do it, and you're already available on several platforms, so yeah. Even though float jelly, thank you, I will consider it. But the idea of the overall chapter 3 is good. That's okay. I'm not the best person to talk to about this kind of thing. I still highly recommend that there are YouTube videos about people that specialize in webtoons, that specialize in this kind of arts promotion that might be better. It does seem like, in general, that you are doing the right kind of things and getting yourself on multiple platforms. Like, I think these days that's the best thing you can do if you have a product to sell, like you do, that is very unique, which you have, is get yourself on multiple platforms. Because visibility is the hardest thing on something like Webtoon. Like, just getting anyone to find you in the first place. But you have Twitch, you have other places where people can find you, and the more places someone can find you, and then you can direct them to the product that you are creating, the better. So if you get on your Twitter, you get on maybe you get on Instagram, which you have your Instagram, you have your Twitter, you have your Twitch, and then they all direct to your webtoon. And that way, even if just one or two people start filtering through, it goes that way. But again, like, I'm not the best person to talk to about this sort of thing. It's just, I worry. I don't want you to undersell yourself. I don't want anyone to undersell themselves. I want people to get, you know, when I hear people doing months and months of work into something, I want them to get paid for that. Then make sure I'm afloat. Thank you so much. Yeah, some artists or webcomics put this comic itself out for free, but the Patreon for people that want to support them. That's a really good idea as well. Yeah, look at that. Zay, smarts. Yeah. Like, you could have the comic up for free, but if people wanted to support you, you could have a Patreon. That way you could still have everything for free. And but if anyone specifically chose to support you, there you go. That'd be a really good idea too. Other options. Instagram algorithm's kind of effed. Yeah, Twitter really needs to grind. Twitter is hard. Oh dear. But yeah, I mean, any of them are hard. All of them are hard. But you know, again, you're doing the hardest work already, which is creating a product. Yeah. So don't sell yourself short too much. You are already doing the hardest part. Oh dear. Deary me. Put in that login wall, I don't visit it anymore. It's not completely pointless because of the networking aspect. So finding, like, visibility wise, it's maybe not as good, but networking, it's not the worst. So you can definitely get in contact with people, or people can, like, other creators can still find you through Instagram. So I wouldn't give up on it completely, especially since you can still, like, just quite easily post a picture with hashtags and stuff like that. Like, of course, be careful, because a lot of people, like, every time I post a picture, I get somebody, like, DM me, like, do you want to go on streamers for this? And it's like, no, not really. But, you know, to be a little careful, but like Instagram opportunities can come. There can come opportunities from Instagram, but I would say Twitter is probably the way to go. Oh dear, at the moment at least. You could even go on, someone like yourself, if you have OBS or Streamlabs OBS, you could even, if you weren't feeling up to streaming, someone like you could probably actually, if you fancied it, instead of streaming, click the record button, record it, and then do a time-lapse video of your art, if you fancied it. They do very well on YouTube. You know, again, it's just an extra way of getting visibility, would be to do a time-lapse video. All you'd have to do is take your footage, put it to a whatever time speed, put some music over the top, and again, as you get better at editing, you could add extra effects, but for starting out on YouTube as an artist, it's the first thing you could do. Is just do a very easy time-lapse of you doing your art. Yeah, so set yourself up in your regular drawing place. Instead of streaming, hit record and do a time-lapse. Of a panel, maybe. Just one panel time-lapse. And yeah, it'd be an idea. And yeah, that's something. Ah, dear. Some artists. Oh, sorry, I read that one. I'm no good at advertising, but I'll try. Also, Jelly, do Instagram filled with only photography? Mine is just that. I mainly get cosplay. Predominantly cosplay for me. Instagram knows. I will say, my Instagram is pretty on point for what I like. It's a lot of cosplay and a lot of like short videos of how to make things and stuff like that on my one. It's very on point. Oh dear. Deary me. I don't really get photography. I just get cosplay. All day, everyday cosplay. It probably has somewhat to do with what you like and what you follow, but yeah, mine is, it's just cosplay. Just cosplay. So much cosplay. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. And then I need to trim some of this off and go to the next bit. There you go. Nice. There me. They did a wrong algorithm on me. I need manga, comics, and meme. Dang it, they done it wrong. Yeah, they really hit nail on the head with me. They were like, this person likes cosplay. We'll only show them cosplay and tutorials on how to make things. I'll say, oh, okay. I like other things too, but that's fine. If that's all you want to show me, I'll live. Yeah. What a shame, I suppose. Oh. There we go. I'm gonna put that there. And just put it to like there. And then just put it the whole way across. And Up to there. No, good luck, Gon, though. I hope that it goes well. It sounds like a lot, but I think you're already like a good amount of the way there. Because you already have a presence on all of these. Oh dear. When you're a famous artist, think of us. Think of us! I did some speed art jelly. I put them up on Insta and YouTube. I have the Death Note recordings. I will only draw and finish them on Steam and stream and save the recording and make a speed art. We do. Ooh! Heck yes! You've all been doing that. Heck yeah! Fantastic! Heck yeah! People love speed art. I am one of those people. I love speed art. I just think it's really cool. There we go. Is that next to this one? Heck yeah. Look at these eyes. I think it's really cool. Some of the first people I ever followed on YouTube were speed artists. Or artists that like sped up their work. The first people I ever followed on YouTube. I just thought it was so cool. Like being able to watch it all just come together like that quickly. Wow. So cool. I'm like, absolutely in awe of it. I'm back to the like, oh. Thank you, that's heckin' kind. Gon, you've been here for ages. Oh dear. It's heckin' kind of you. I'm glad you found this place. It's heckin' weird place on Twitch. I'm very cursed as well. Oh dear. Oh. Right. Let's get this cup up. Oh, Bobbin! Bobbin! No! Bobbin, I forgot you were running. No, to be fair, you lasted a long time considering that I mentioned you running out. Is that you there? No. Where did it go? I'm just gonna get a new one. I'll find that another day. That's gone. That's gone, Bobbin. I have no idea where that's gone. Lost to the ether. I'll find you when I fancy rummaging under the desk. Just not today. Oh my god! Pheromos! Oh my god, that's 12 months! Pheromos! Jesus Christ! Happy birthday! Heck! Well, thank you so much. That's very heckin' kind of you. Heckin' happy birthday! And welcome in. We're making a bra. Happy birthday, bra. Oh dear. Jeez. I hope you're having a good day. We've just been talking about helping Gon become the best artist that ever arted. Aw. Happy birthday to you! Heck yeah! Happy birthday! Oh dear. It's been a long time! Oh my god. Time flies. Time absolutely zooms by. In a good way though. Heck yeah. You know, I thought about doing this whole charity event last year and I was just like, nah, there's no way. No way. I don't have the time or the capability to do this. Here we are, 1 year later. And I've already lost the top of my... Where'd it go? I wish it wasn't see-through sometimes. Got you. Slap desk, fine thing. From the era of front view cam, the alien game will manage a zombie 4 apocalypse flex Tame Savior, now Boobtober. Yeah, honestly, a lot has happened. Because we've been streaming. Technically, last week was our 1.5-year anniversary. All of the boob festivities kind of over the top. But we'd streamed for 1.5 years on the 14th. Yeah. And yeah. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Made a lot of costumes, especially in the first year. And we set a new speed run. We did quite a few games. Raised a lot of money for different charities, and now we've done our own charity stream. Like a charity event, because we've done quite a few separate charity streams. Ah, dear. Oh, I'm not in the party. No. I didn't actually make it an event because I don't know. All of the charity stuff kind of took priority. Yeah. All the charity stuff took priority. Yeah. I think starting streaming, just on this stream alone, we've raised nearly $1.5 grand for charity, which is kind of ridiculous. Like just on this stream, for like several different charities. Like that's kind of crazy. Like I never thought we'd be able to raise any money through streaming for charity, so I'm a very impressed being with this hacking community. And yeah, hacking cool. We've done Jelly World tonight, but you big craft stream. No. Ah, dear. And yeah, and then we did the speed run. We've taken part in the Ren Fair a few times. That's been heckin' cool. I don't know how many people remember the Ren Fairs, but we've done those. Been pretty sick. We've done some music streams. Secret music streams. Tell nobody of the secret music streams. And we remixed our own song, which is incredibly cursed, but it's now one of the sound alerts. Oh dear. We also have a fantastic mod team now. Again, I don't know how many people will remember this, but for the first 3-4 months of streaming, we had no mods. No mods. We were a modless zone, the Wild West. We just had no mods. We were like, whatever. It'll be fine. There is the party potato. I hope you're having a good day. No, you. Thank you for the party. You know what? We're all having a good day now because now we have a party. We like to 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 party. The Venga bus is coming. Everybody's jumping. New York disco. An interstate free disco. The wheels of steel are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, come on and move your body. It's so cursed. It's so very cursed. Thank you for the party. Oh, and the horn. Most streams start out without mods. Some streamers even make it to partner without having any mods. Heck yeah! We had no mods. It was good. But then we got some good mods, to be fair. We got some very nice mods. Heckin' nice mods we did. We got very lucky with our mod team. All 4 of them. All 4 of our mod team are very, very nice. Because we do have our super secret mod. Pretzel mods? Oh yeah, I guess technically Pretzel. Oh, Pretzel isn't a mod though. No, they're a bot. Nah, they don't count. Oh dear. Don't discriminate. No, they're not a mod, they're a bot. I will, because they're not a mod, they're a bot. Oh dear. Also, to anyone just joining, we're doing the Resident Evil Moulded bra. We got the other cup already done, we're just finishing the second cup. It's something, that's for sure. But I think it's a good something, you know? They can be whatever they want. Yeah, they can be bots. Well, they are. Wait. Get that under there. Oh dear. You know, Rotato, you're sounding an awful lot like a bot over there. My god. You wouldn't by chance be a bot, would you? I don't know if we can have bots on this channel. I'm not sure about that. I knew it. All this time, I knew it. I was like, deep in my heart was like, I think Brotato is a bot. Fortunately, I don't think we have any mods here right now, so you might be safe for a bit. But in my soul, I was like, I think Brotato's a bot. Something about Brotato makes me think Brotato might be a bot. It's the no you. Want me to get? Oh no, a mod. You know, it's nothing personal, Brotato. It's just we can't have bots on the stream, you know, because it sets a bad example for Twitch. So, oh dear. I don't want you to kill him. We can't be seen to be killing bots. That's what to do? What to do? Do it. Whoa, Brotato. You came in here, you partied, and then you were like, and now kill. Brotato, what is it you want? I'm so confused. The most confusing bot we've ever had. Most bots just want me to buy being famous. This bot's sending me mixed vibes. Party to death? Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh dear. Understandable, honestly. You know, can I tell you something? I was going up for my lunch break, and a couple of my colleagues were already there, and I went to the fridge, and they were like, jelly. Don't think too hard about this, and don't question it too much. And I was like, right. So I assumed it was going to be like a question about a customer they'd had, and they just wanted like a second opinion. And they were like, how do you want to die? And you can't pick asphyxiation, and you can't pick getting hit in the head with a baseball bat. And I was like, oh my god. Does anyone else have colleagues like this? Because I was just sitting down to eat. Oh. I just want to eat my lunch, please. Oh my god. Neville, I think I panicked and said drowning, which, you know what, in hindsight was not. I was thinking like, oh, it'd be nice to see like the ocean, but then like in hindsight was not a really very good choice. Oh my god. Oh. What do you even say? Oh. Want to get famous? What the hell did I was walk into? Damn, no context. How do you want to die? And you can't pick asphyxiation, you can't pick baseball back to the head, and you can't pick drowning, because that's what I picked. Quick, how do you want to die? How do you want to die? Oh, and you can't pick brain hemorrhage, because someone picked brain hemorrhage, and they were very adamant about it. You can't pick brain hemorrhage. No, none of that. I don't know. Oh, see the ocean, not breathe the ocean. Yeah, I know. In hindsight, it was not a good choice. You when I thought about it, I was like, you know, maybe this isn't what I want. In my sleep. Yeah, see, that would have been a better one, right? Pick Oreos. Damn! Oh. Oh dear. God, it was such a weird question to come up to lunch to. Oh, I was very shook. I was very heckin' shook. Deary me. Maybe I would have wanted to die to the Moulded. Maybe I could have just got slapped around by that a bit. There you go. That could have been my answer. I want to go to the basement in Resident Evil 7, and I want to get slapped around by the Moulded. There you go. That's what I want. Die of old age or explosive decompression. Tough choice. You can't put explosive in chat because I will just read diarrhea. 0. So. Oh dear. Oh my god. It was really difficult to eat my wrap after having to answer that, honestly. It's like not a good lunch question. With a dream I woke up from, I keep my answer. Explosive diarrhea? Hell of a way to drown! Oh no, I want to get slapped around by the Moulded. I'm changing my answer. I don't want to drown anymore. That was a really bad answer. I changed my answer. I don't want to drown. No drowning. No drowning. Only slapping. I want to get slapped to death. Oh dear. Oh god. There we go. This is going to be the last one also. Because I'm getting close to the bottom. There we are. Yeah. There we are. You know how like you have Twitch streamers who's like, how's everyone's day? Welcome to my Twitch stream. How would you like to die? I'm just curious. It's not an offer. I just want to know. I'm not offering assassinations. I just want to know how you'd like to die. In an ideal world. How are you dying? You can't have asphyxiation. You can't have explosive diarrhea. You can't have drowning. You can't have with the dream I just woke up from. These are taken. See, I forgot what's like new. Oh dear. Oh. I think falling into a volcano might be alright. Like, you stand on the volcano to like look at it and then you fall in. What are we picking? How would you like to die? Oh. My answer was soon. The dream was my reason. Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought you had a dream that killed you. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood. I thought you had a dream that killed you, and I was like, oh, that's kind of like, I like that. There we go. We have some eyes now. You did 6 hours about food break? No, I had soup. Don't worry. Joe versus a volcano star? Yeah. Taking a leap of faith from falling. Or failing. Yeah. And be quick though, right? You know, they say that one person a year, or like a few people a year, no, it's like 11 people a year, isn't it? No, one person a year, I think, on average, dies in a tea cozy related accident. I kind of want to be that person. So maybe I could have picked that. Oh, worthwhile deaths. You'd like to attempt traveling to another planet? Slims, that'd be a good one. Yeah. That'd be an interesting one. Traveling to another planet, but then passing away in the process. Yeah. That'd be... You know, it'd still suck, but like... Yeah. That'd be an interesting one. I like that. Much more than the tea cozy one. I'd be a hero. Yes, praise me. You could probably get like a monument, right, somewhere. You'd at the very least get a bench. There we go. Oh. Oh dear. So yeah, that was how my weekend went. I hope everyone else had a good weekend. My one was quite surprising. It was good though, actually. I had a good weekend. Quite busy. I trained new people. Oh. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we are. Oh, they look cute. There's our heckin' boob holders. Cute. I know if you know Matt Damon, fair enough. Oh. I'm very happy with these boob holders. Right, I need to put the rest of the bra done. So I'm going to use mesh on the inside and then use the brown on the outside. But I do actually want a slight detail on the side. I'm just not sure how thick I want it. So the thicker it will be, the less it will stretch. Oh, Tab, thank you for the host. How goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We are making a molded bra from the Resident Evil 7 game. Look at these. They got little cute little eyes. This one's got like a little saggy eyelid. But I like that. I relate to that. Oh. So it's got eyes on the bra. Yeah. And all of the saggy outside bits, which is like the mold. These are our cups. Our heckin' cups. Spooky boob holders. Very spooky boob holders. Just not sure about the bit on the side. Because it kind of would just be like a strip like this, times 3. Which I'm a bit against. Because some people it would fit and some people it wouldn't. I might not do it just for the practicality reasons that it would only ever fit one person. I don't like that. I don't like that. Also, I'm going to put a navy thing on the inside, which is going to look really odd, but don't worry too much about that. Don't think about it. It's okay. If we don't think about it, it's not a problem. There we go. And then... I think I have some spare hooks and stuff, right? Yeah, I do. Cool, and then... How... I don't need this. How big do I want the back piece? That's what I want to know. I want to know how big I want the back piece. There we go. So I want the front of the back piece to be this big. No. This is what I've been trying to find. This piece. This will then be the back piece. Okay, sorry, I had to get everything out so I could find these two pieces. Sometimes it's like this. Oh, and I want the middle piece, actually. Wait a minute, there's one more piece I need. The middly bit for the bra. Where's the middly bit? Not that bit. There it is. The middly bit for the bra. Yes. Very nice. There we go. So I need this out of this material. And I need 2 of this. And this is going to be made out of something else. That's why I was looking so hard. I was like, there's things I need. Just wasn't sure where they were. And then I need to decide whether or not I want it shiny side or dull side. There we go. Ah, dear. I'm gonna go into lurk mode and playing control at the moment, and I'm about to do a story bit. Oh, heck yeah! I hope the story goes well. Sick! Hey, my eyes are down here! Yeah, I know. Making a bra covered in eyes is a little bit contradictory to what you'd normally want, but yeah. I've been lurking a bit until I could finally rise and shine. All the pieces inside have turned out wonderfully. I adore seeing all the finished products. Oh, thank you! That's heckin' kind of you. I still need to post yesterday's. But I didn't have great sun, because I went and immediately started cooking. I didn't have the greatest sunshine. But we'll get a picture of it today. Oh, I appreciate it. It's heckin' kind of you. I've been really enjoying making them. They're very, very fun. Bit of a challenge, some of them, but they're very fun. Go. Take this piece. And then this bit's actually the right size already, so we'll just cut this bit out. So the reason I'm cutting extra on the top of the bottom is so that we can do the fold over for the elastic, since at the moment it's already folded over. And then there we go. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Very nice. Right, and then we just need to do... I don't know if I can fit it on any of the bit there. Probably not. That's alright, we'll do it up here. Whip. And this will be our little bit in the middle. Got a bow on it right now, but that's alright, we'll ignore that. Our one is not going to have a bow on it, funnily enough. And we're going to cut this piece out. Do our best to cut this out as neatly as possible, which is not easy considering how small it is. And then move that. And then just do this one. There you go. If I get that bit out, it'll be a little easier to cut out. And okay. I think I would like to just trim this bit off a little bit. Nice. That's pretty good. That's our middly bit. We can move this, put that in there. And the rest of it we would want out of the mesh, which we have a lot of. A lot of black mesh. Ooh, go. Oh dear. Let me fold this up a bit, since some of this we're going to want double of. Oops, sorry, smack my mic. So this is a lot stretchier than the mesh we were just using. I'm going to also, just to make my life easier, like I've done every time, just basically trim off some of it. Otherwise, it's just constantly falling off my desk. It's just a very slippery material. And fold it in half. There we go. Shoop, 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 shoop. And then we can take this and take the blue part off and just pin these onto the black piece. There we go. And then this will be our mesh, which will go on the inside because the mesh is much softer and It'll feel much nicer on the skin. Not that anyone's gonna wear this, but if they were, this would be how you'd do it so it was comfortable. I mean, it won't become more stretchy because of the mesh, even though the mesh is, you know, nice and stretchy, but that's alright. Since we'll be using only mesh on the back will be nice and stretchy. Speaking of which, where's our back piece? There it is. So we will pin this piece on here and cut around that, and we'll use that to get our back mesh pieces, because we'll only be using one on each side because this is where a lot of the stretch will come from. And go. Unfortunately this is already a little wrinkled because it has elastic at the top and the bottom. That's okay. We'll live with it. And I'll probably come back and do that last piece. Oh, it's just not enough for the fold over. And then like so. Okay. And cast again enough for fold over at the top and at the side, which is where the strap actually goes to on this one, which is kind of a cool design. There we go. Nice. And that will be our back pieces now. Nice. I can kind of put those to one side for now. I don't need them just yet. And this one. There we go. Go. And all the way up the top. Nice. And then and there. We just need the one piece for the center. Let's pin that in there. I'll put these in there for now, because since I won't be using them for just a minute, we'll be just working on the band for a bit. Now this is a slightly simpler band than the last couple bands we've done. The last couple bands we've done have been quite complicated, to be honest. Quite nice to work on a slightly simpler band. So this band will be going directly into the cup, and we won't be making the whole band. We'll just be putting it directly into the cup and then going from there. The only thing I will do first is I'll be putting the back piece into the side of the band first, just because it'd be easier to do that before it's attached to the cup. Yeah. Best to do it in the order that makes things easier for me most of the time. And just put that up there. Go. And, ooh, put it down. Nice. There you go. That's that one. And just get the same pin that goes through that still. Okay. So what we'll do with these is take one for each side. I kind of need to decide which side we actually want them to show on at this point. So I think I would like the shiny side out, probably. That's kind of what I'm feeling, which means for this I want the shiny side in. And this bit. So this is the back. Just gonna look at the other one really quickly so I can see what I'm working with. How good is it? Neither of those are the cups, it's this piece. What does it look like? It looks like this way up. That's why I'm getting confused. Okay, so this bit goes actually at the bottom, like that. Okay. Right. And then we want this one facing in here. The shiny side. And we want this one facing down. There we go. And just there we go. And then let's do the top piece. It should be now. When this turns inside out, it'll hide the seam on this bit. Yeah, I want to do this bit first because otherwise when I put this into the cup, I could still do it, but it'd be kind of a pain in the ass. I'll do it now. And this then will look like that. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Okay, let's do this on both sides. Go, that one, and so I need to put this one down first. Like so, and put this one in here. There we go, and then put this one over here and up to this bit. There we go. Nice. Make sure these bits line up nicely. Nice. And if our top and down bits don't completely like match up, that's fine because they'll be covered with elastic, so it's okay. Go, 2, and 3, and 4. Nice. Okay, we can take these to one side and get these on here. And then the only other thing I want to do before actually sewing these in would be taking that piece there and putting a little stitch on the top and the bottom so that it's basically not going to have those visible so that it can turn inside out, and maybe putting a top stitch on it. Not sure, thinking about it, considering that bit. There's times where I've done a top stitch on it and times where I've not, and it doesn't really look any different, honestly. So I'm thinking about it. And I'm just gonna trim this. I will do a top stitch on this one, to be fair, because this is going to be quite thick. Whip! And this one folds in like so. Oh, it's so pretty. So neat, so pretty. Yes. Okay, and then that one. There we go. Very nice. So that's now one side. Very heckin' nice. And put that there. Let's do the other side. And just take that out. And take these out, another pin, and the last pin. I hope I got through the back side there because I think I was close to missing it. I did miss it, yeah. I thought it moved in a little bit at the end. I'm gonna just change this a little bit on this side. There you go. That's better. Yeah, it doesn't negatively affect the front, so that's fine. I do want to trim off the excess. It would have negatively affected if I hadn't caught it in the stitches though. That would have been bad. Ah dear. You're doing the hooks and eyes. I have broken many a needle on those. Yeah. I've been quite lucky so far. Yeah, I am doing the hooks and eyes. And I've been quite lucky on those so far. That being said, because I'm doing more costume themed bras, I have broken 2 needles. 2 needles so far. This month. I'm using quite thick needles, even though I'm doing very delicate fabrics. Because, like, bear in mind the bras that I'm making are like this. Like, they're not standard bras. These are like, so. Although they're kind of bra materials, it's a bit like, I can get away with it, you know? I'm gonna say I can get away with it. Oh dear. And yeah, still broken 2 needles though, and I'm using, I'm not using the leather ones I don't think, but I am using the jeans ones. I'm using the jeans ones, and they're still, still snapping. Oh dear, Rafiki, how's it going? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We're just getting our sides set up so that we can sew these into the cups in a second. I'm just going to get my bridge piece done in a second too. Oh dear. Phew. And then we get all of my elastics in, of which some of them are going to be very thick. I haven't decided whether or not I want a really thick band on this one too. I'm really enjoying the thick bands. The thick bands have been very fun. Right, another one. Sorry, I'm like turning it inside out after it's already done. There we go, that's good. Yes, big band. Nice. Let us do our mini bit in the middle. No. Let's just get you on the other side really quickly. Side down. And it's going to be a really annoying one because I already know the whole bottom of this is going to go off because I've cut it annoyingly. That's okay. That was on me. I cut this like a butt. I did be butt cutting this. Oh, also. A bit too much shade. Sorry. I need you to move just a little bit. So what I've done is... what's gonna happen is all of that bottom bit's gonna come up. It's fine. It's fine. We'll live with it. We'll live with it. I did this and I will live with it. I'll roll in the mold with the molded bra. It's fine. Okay. That was tricky to pin, but that's okay. And the top bit should be fine. Not really bothered about that. I did cut the mesh a bit bigger than this one because it's such a small piece. Room for error. Do this every year. This is the first year I've done this. Last year I thought about it, but I didn't. I was a bit nervous and I was like, nah, I don't think I'd be able to. But this is the first year that I've done this. And I'm so glad we did. Even this year I was nervous about doing it, to be honest, because I didn't think it'd go well. And I didn't think like doing something like this. Ooh, can you get out of my machine? I didn't think doing a charity event for a whole month would go that well. And I didn't think people would be very well receptive to it and stuff like that. But I was wrong. I was heckin' wrong. And you know what? The positive reception I've had to this, not just from viewers but from other streamers, has been really, really good. And you know, it's difficult because when there's something that you're very passionate about, you never know if that passion is going to be viewed positively by other people, or if it's going to be like you care a lot about it but other people don't. And which is fair. Like, you know, I care a lot about cosplay, doesn't mean everyone else has to. But I thought that, you know, what would probably happen was I'd make bras for the whole month and people would be like, you know, I watched the first couple and then kind of get bored and it'd be kind of a flop. But what actually happened was a few months ago when I said that I was probably going to do this, a lot of other streamers got in touch with me and said that, hey, if you're going to be doing this, would you mind if I took part of it and we made it like a charity event instead? And that's kind of what I decided to do then. I was like, right, well, if other people want to take part, I'll just make this an entire charity event. Instead of it just being me, it can be however many streamers want to take part. And so that's what we did. And I still am doing exactly what I had originally planned to do, but I'm also helping a lot of other streamers do it too. And it's been really, really fun, really, really fun. And the amount of enthusiasm from every single person who's taken part has been overwhelming, really overwhelming. Like, it's been ridiculous. Like, just to clarify, I'm definitely not the only streamer taking part in Boobtober. There are quite a few taking part, and we've raised over $4,000 as a team already. And it's been ridiculous. It's been really ridiculous. The support has been immense. It's been a very positive thing. People are talking really openly about breast cancer, men and women. It's been really, really, really nice. And that's kind of exactly what Breast Cancer Awareness Month is about. Just raising that awareness. Oh dear, I'm new to your channel, just wondering how you go about designing a cosplay bra. Is there a pattern you start from, or do you just go given your experience? Ooh, side pain. Sorry. Too big of a breath. So I'm a cosplayer by trade. No, I'm a bra fitter by trade. I'm a cosplayer, and while I have some experience with bras, before this whole event, my experience with sewing bras was very minimal. It was really small. So what I knew a lot more about was sewing and a lot less about was bras. So what I did was I designed all of my bras. We actually designed most of them on stream by what I ideally wanted them to be like, right? Like, this is what I wanted the bra to be. I wanted the bra to be this, 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 and this. There were a few things that I stuck to in principle. They had to be made out of bra materials because I want to donate these bras to Against Breast Cancer, who will recycle them for materials, right? So they kind of wanted them to be bra materials. There's only one or two where we've gone outside of that and they won't be recycled. So the majority of them I really want to be bra materials. And other than that, we were kind of like, whatever. Oh, and use as many components of the bra as possible, again, just for the recycling aspect. So it can be as worth it as possible when we recycle them all. And other than that, yeah, not too much else that we kind of stuck to. We designed them all on stream over 4 weeks. Oh, Tilda, thank you so much for the heckin' follows. Very kind of you. And then I gathered all the materials, which took a while. I am recycling from bras that have already been made before. So I had a charity shop that got a lot of donations of bras I didn't need, and I bought them all for £1 each. So I'm recycling them from those. But I have also purchased bra patterns. So it's a mixture of like the pattern making from that and the bras themselves, and sort of bits and maxing them. And yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh dear. Yeah. Speaking of being passionate, when's the charity stream for vegan cheese? I almost said Venga cheese. God. Oh, the brain. I don't know, Dem. Takes a lot of people to understand why I did my thing for breast cancer. I mean, the same reason why, well, first of all, breast cancer can affect men. That is, you know, a big thing. But like, the same reason why I would advocate for men's mental health. You know? I know men. There are men in my life. There are men that I care about in my life that I don't want to suffer. You know, it's the same reason you raise money for the people around you. You don't... The idea that I would only ever go and raise money for things that specifically affect me. I don't think I've ever done a fundraiser for migraines. Not once. And like, that is the one thing that I would say I specifically suffer with. And I don't think I've ever done a fundraiser for it. Because I think most importantly to me is the things that I see the people around me struggling with like daily. And that is breast cancer in my case. That is mental health in my case. Like, those are the things that I see constantly. And so it's like, that needs to be targeted. Because I don't really have that many people in my life, outside of family, I guess, that suffer with migraines, it doesn't feel like such a pressing issue. Even though it's something that I have every day. It's, I don't know how to put it. Whereas, it's weird, right? But I completely understand why a bloke would go out and raise money for breast cancer. Because it's the same reason that I'd go out and raise money for men's mental health. Because it's like, what, is it the #1 killer of young men? And breast cancer is the #1 killer of young women. Do you have young women in your life? Well, there's their #1 killer. You have young men in your life? There's its #1 killer. You know? Of course you're going to go raise money if you want to keep people that you care about in your life safe. You know, you raise money for the things that are killing the people that you love. It's true. I don't know. I don't know. And especially if it's something that's affected you personally, it's going to be even more of a big thing, right? If you're someone who's had breast cancer weave its like nasty way into your family or into your friendship group, if you're someone who's had a really personal experience of losing someone to mental health, it's going to be even worse for you. Or if you've had to watch someone struggle with the mental health system or the NHS or whatever your health system is. Yeah, it's going to be even worse thing. Wenger cheese. That's the next venture. Wenger vegan cheese. God. Ugh. What's your brand? Wenger cheese. Yeah, it's very exclusive. Migraine gang, migraine gang. It's not a very nice gang, but... Oh dear. Yeah. I don't know. I think as well that's why I'm so proud of the group that's got together to raise money and awareness for breast cancer this month. Because if you look at the group of people that have got together, it's maybe not necessarily a group that you'd expect. There is about a 50-50 split, men to women, for starters. Like, about as many men have stepped forward to be like, I want to as well, as women. You know, it's because while a lot of women might come forward and say it's affected me personally, a lot of men might come forward and say, well, yeah, me as well, because I know people and I might know people in the future who are going to get breast cancer. And yes, it does affect men too. And I think actually, if I am not mistaken, which I might be, I think if anyone is watching who can maybe verify this, I have a feeling this particular week of October is specifically focused on male breast cancer. If you are following the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, if you're looking for some awareness, I think this one is Male Breast Cancer Awareness Week. But I could be wrong. If it isn't Wenger, is it really vegan? Yeah, the Wenger bus is incredibly vegan. Have you ever eaten a Wenger bus? Totally vegan. Don't worry, guys. Tell me about an unfun gang. I only recently read chronic migraines and learning how to deal with it struggle. Do you have any functioning advice? It's really hard. Chronic migraine is so hard. And Tilda, I love you and I wish you the very best of luck. There is a community out there who is struggling with you. And it's difficult because migraine is thought about as a very mundane thing, and I can tell you know this, I know this, but like very valid. It's really hard. I'm sure once you get diagnosed with chronic migraine, that's proper difficult. It's incredibly debilitating day to day. If I could recommend anything to you, it's to be like, it's not your personality, and I bet you don't want it to be either, but like, so I'm not trying to say make it your personality by any means, but just to be open and honest about it. Like, just to make a really quick Facebook post, make a really quick Instagram post, so that your friends and family know that you have it. It's not for pity points, just make it really simple. Be like, hi, just so people know, I have chronic migraine. If I'm being flaky, this is why. If I can't get to your appointment suddenly last minute, this is why. so that you're not having to constantly explain yourself to everyone. Because I don't know for you, but my mental health, one of the worst things was having to tell everyone, I really wanted to meet up with you, but I can't do it now. I really wanted to do this, but I can't do it now. I really want to do this, but I can't do it now. If I could just say, I have a migraine, can we do this another time? I have a migraine, I can do this another time. And they instantly understand. It was so much easier to have that instant understanding with the people around me than to have to explain constantly to everyone in my life, or to have to open that conversation with everyone in my life. By the way, I've had this new diagnosis. I have to do this, and this. If you can just blanket statement, I'm gonna be more flaky than I used to be. There isn't much I can do about it. And I still want to hang out with everyone, and I still want to be a part of all of your lives. But if I'm last minute cancelling, it's not because I don't want to see you, and I'll try and rearrange or stuff like that. Because I don't know about you, but I found that incredibly hard. And yeah, thank you, I'll do that. You have to, of course, it's whatever makes you comfortable and doing it in your own way. And I found there were people that I lost, who wouldn't quite accept it. But most people, I want to say about 99% of people have been so good. Like, you know, I'm very much a last minute planning person a lot of the time, and I don't do really big outings anymore, but I still get invited out for coffee. I still get invited out for, oh, do you want to go this day? Do you want to go this day? Do you want to go this day? Fine. I'm also very open with my workplace, and that's made that a lot easier. Because I tried to hide it for so long that I was having this, to the point where I got declared as unfit for work. If I could have been a little bit more open, I might have avoided a lot of the difficulties with that. And a lot of it just came from me and my idea of like what a good worker was and what I needed to be. Sorry, my cup of tea. But, you know, just being open, explaining, and getting your paperwork as well. If you can get your paperwork so that it says you have chronic migraine on it, you save yourself a lot of effort of being like, them not believing you. Because chronic migraine, if you have it on your paperwork, it basically means they expect you to have at least 4 migraines a week. And if your workplace knows that that's the case, well, there you go. I got it from the doctors. Now if I have 4 migraines a week, that's happened. My doctors were expecting it. You've had the paperwork. I'm not going to say your workplace is not nice. My workplace is fantastic. But in fact, every workplace I've had since having chronic migraine has been fantastic. But on the off chance you have a nasty workplace that doesn't want to believe you, it gives you that sort of like, there you go. Because a lot of places can be quite iffy about migraines, just because a lot of people use migraines as an excuse to get out of things. So, yeah, that's what I would recommend. I know it doesn't help you day to day, but it makes your life less stressful. And hopefully it helps you blame yourself a little bit less. Because I'll be honest, me now, comparatively to me once I realised what some of my triggers were, I don't get really that many less migraines. But I'm a lot happier. Yeah. I think that was the main thing, was just being a bit happier living with them. Oh dear. Not blaming myself all the time and being happier in general is hard with chronic migraine, very hard. But you get there. Also, not if your sewing machine's being an absolute arse though. Oh, also if you play Guild Wars 2, I don't know what to tell you. I had to quit that. Oh dear. Currently finishing up uni and getting accommodations for my final assessment, so I currently have to decide whether to start masters in Feb or take a year off and try to do something else. If you take a year off, will they let you back? Alright, like there won't be any issues with that, I'd assume. Yeah, the master's at a different uni, so it's all good. I'm just wondering, because like, it's up to you at the end of the day. It sounds like you've got yourself pretty well figured out, doesn't it? Like, you've got options open to you. you know, regardless of what happens, you have things you could go do. If you take the year out, you can go back. If you decide to push on, again, just be open with them. Just let them know what's going on so that they don't penalise you for it. The only concern would be with something like university is that it might be a little difficult working with screens, depending if that's a trigger for you or not. Because I don't know if it is for you. For me it is, which is why streaming has been so good, because it really limits my screen time a day. I do my streaming and then I'm done. Oh dear. There we go, got my little middle bit. Oh, thank you for your wisdom. I'm not particularly wise, but I appreciate the sentiment. You know, again, I don't want to bother you too much. If you're UK based, there is is it called Migraine Society? Migraine something. There is a big migraine group for people suffering with chronic headache, chronic migraine, and cluster headaches in the UK. Obviously, over the last a week? Oh, if only if it was a week. Over the last 2 years, they have not been as active in meetups because of COVID and things like that. But if you were UK based, what is it called? The migraine what? Migraine Trust? It might be the Migraine Trust, actually. Let me check. I'm going to type it. Migraine. Yeah, it is the Migraine Trust. Yeah. So Migraine Trust. They have a lot of information about how to live with basically migraine, but they also do meetups, they do talks, they have people that come in which are like specialists in migraine. They can help you with talking through your consultations with doctors, how to get like specific things, if you need them from like neurologists and stuff like that. They basically help and support anyone with migraine. That's the Migraine Trust. If you have not gone to the Migraine Trust before and you live in the UK, it's a pretty useful charity. Yeah, and I would recommend them. I've been to the Migraine Trust talks a couple times, and while it's a little difficult to get to, I think a lot of people, all of us were in the same kind of boat where it's like, man, I've booked to go to these things a few times and then I keep getting bloody migraines. But they are quite handy if you are well enough to go to them. Yes. The only thing you can trust migraine with is ruining your day. This is the thing, yeah. It will ruin your day. Sometimes ruin multiple things. Yeah, it's kind of a nightmare. It affects everyone quite differently. They do handle like cluster headaches, these meetups as well as just chronic headache. So you'll meet a variety of people there who have some kind of head pain. And again, age range is ridiculous. The youngest people there are like under the age of 10. And then you have people all the way up in their 80s that have chronic migraine. So there's a big age range at these meetings. They're pretty good though, yes. And I would recommend it. All good. You know, it could feel very isolating having something like that. So, all good. If I can help at all with that, it's good. And who knows, maybe there was somebody else in the chat who was a bit quieter, who also was struggling with migraine and was just like, oh, I could use that. I definitely don't mind talking about it. Oh my god. Oh, why? Heck. That's very hecking kind. You didn't have to do that. That's very sweet. Thank you so much for the hecking sub. Welcome. That's very heckin' kind. Now you have pink emotes for the entirety of October. Another pink bean. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, well let's get these pieces in now that they're all ready. Hooray! Hooray! Yeah! So normally my emotes are like more of like a turquoisey blue, but during October for the breast cancer awareness event, We are pink, so that we can spread pink all over Twitch. Ah dear, gotta be pink for this. And then to about there, I think. Oh, that's not quite right. About there? Yes. I think so. It's a bit difficult to see exactly where it's meant to be, but I think this is. Oh my god! Who did it? Terp! Terp! Thank you for the party. That's very heckin' kind of you. Oh, the wah really does be getting me. We like to party. 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 You would like a breast cancer fact? I can get you a breast cancer fact. Let's go for. Oh, this is quite okay. So most of the breast cancer facts are quite intense, but again, just to remind everyone, there's a good reason we're raising money for this. So, secondary breast cancer, also known as metastatic breast cancer. Oh, wait, I missed something. Oh, Antiquity, thank you so much for the follow. That's very kind of you, just in time for a heckin' breast cancer fact. Secondary or metastatic breast cancer is when breast cancer spreads from the breast to other parts of the body, becoming incurable. Breast cancer most commonly spreads to the bones, brains, lungs, or liver. And just in case you wanted a little bit more about that, there are an estimated 35,000 people in the UK living with secondary breast cancer. Yeah. So, just to remind everyone, again, the reason I wanted to give that fact is because specifically Against Breast Cancer is targeting secondary breast cancer. Yes. Yes. Which is why I wanted to raise money for them. They do a lot of amazing work specifically with secondary breast cancer, which is why I keep referring to it as the one is where breast cancer gets very dangerous. And there are a lot of women currently living with secondary breast cancer. And a fair few men too. Right, this one. Where should this start from? It should start from all the way at the top. I had no idea how long that soundbite was. The original one is still a lot longer, to be fair, but even the short one is long. It's like a minute long. Oh dear. He set us up for a minute of party, that's for sure. 1 minute of party. I don't think anyone complained too much about a minute of party though, right? BRB, you need a reboot. Oh, damn. I hope your reboot goes okay. Good luck. Good luck. Send love to the computer. Dear. We like to party for 1 minute. And then we like to stop. We like to take a break. We like to have a drink. We like to refuel. Oh, dear. But the original We Like to Party was the entire song. God. That was a long party, that was. On Christmas Eve. Oh, a hell of a party. Hell of a party. Oh dear. You can still download that song if you want to. It's on the Discord, it's in the music channel, and it's pinned. So if anybody wants it, it's there. Oh dear. There we go. Ooh. I need this bit to be like, it's difficult to, there we go. Difficult to pin it in the right place, but I think I got it. Oh, there we go. So then we'd have it like this. Heck yeah. A pra, a pra. Be sure to follow regular self-screenings to look and feel for any visual or physical abnormalities and under the skin. Yeah! So you could do self-checks once a month, and that way you know, and as a man as well, because one man every day in the UK will get diagnosed with breast cancer. So you can do self-checks, and then that way if anything changes, you'll be the first one to know. Ah, dear. Gonna head to bed now. Oh, bless you, why? Look after yourself. Take care. I hope it goes away quickly. Oh, dear. Oh dear. Back. Welcome back. One I have no sound and Twitch was muted. David! I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Also, welcome back, Dem. Feel better. Yeah, feel better. Ah. Migraines suck butt. Absolute butt. We all know that here. We all hate migraines. Migraines absolutely suck butt. There we go. One. That's the middle bit in now. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, yes. So nice. And then this bit. And oh dear. Love boot up with empty. Oh wait, yeah, to be fair actually, Dem, Jesus Christ, that was fast. Thinking about it, yeah, I didn't even think about it how quick that was. You really were just like beep boop, boop boop, ba-doop, scoop. In, out. Jeez, yeah, that was very speedy. Oh dear. Oh. Oh, so chic. Yeah. There we go. And that's the little side piece in. Very nice. And then we need to trim some of this. Where's my scissors? Oh, there they are. Right in front of me. Oh. There we go. And then give that there, and then I think it should be good to fold in. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's not so thick. Oh dear. And then I think it should be alright. Trim the threads, and I think we can go from there. Oh dear. Totally. Already heckin' fast. M2 is ridiculous. Yeah, jeez, it was fast. Go. And heck yeah. Oh, so cute. So cute. Then we can get the stuff onto the other side. Oh, brah. Riku! Wait, I know you from somewhere. Haven't I seen you on Only Jellyfishes? Shh, secret Only Jellyfishes. Riku, we're making a spooky bra. Look at that spooky molded bra. Oh, what's up, Jelly? Riku in the house. How's it going, Riku? I hope you're having a good day. Glad some of the prices are coming down. I'm saving my pennies and getting ready to pounce on Black Friday. Oh yeah, of course. Looks like a comfy bra. It probably would be. It's very soft. It's very squishy too. Yeah, very squishy. Except for all the pins in it at the moment. It's very squishy. I think you mean fleshy fat. Oh, for God. What have I come to? Hey, I have a good job. Oh, God, no. No. Oh, no, Riku, you just got in here. Riku. Oh. Silly me. Wanna hear a joke, Jelly? I don't know, do I? Do I wanna hear a joke? so cute, so cute, so cute. If Ick Ashley had a copy of CD of movie up and you asked him to give it to you, would he give you up or let you? Ugh. Of course he's never gonna give you up. Terrible. Terrible. Damn. How's that? I mean, I had to click to see if that was... Damn literally got that. Hey. Welcome to Fleshy Fans, everyone. Oh, God. I'm sure some people clicked it, and if you clicked it, welcome to Fleshy Fans. Hi, I'm your host, Flesh. I hope you're having a good day. Oh dear. God. Oh, it's a bit high, isn't it? Maybe about there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. And there we go. Whew. This sort of pinning is always very tricky, at least to me. It might just be me, but I always struggle with this. There we go. There we go. It's not terrible though. Nice. And then that would be that. Yeah. But why are you making a bra though? Wait, is it for Boobtober? It's a Boobtober! Yeah, dummy thick. And the clap of your ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards? Oh no. Riku, that's a problem. Shoot. Oh, every stream this month Jenny has made bras. Yeah, all special themes to raise money and awareness for against breast cancer and Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Heck yeah. And I'm pretty sure this week it is with a special focus on male breast cancer. But I'm gonna check that. I'm just pretty sure. There's just part of me that is reasonably sure. But there's also a lot of parts of me that get randomly sure about things that aren't true, so I should look it up. Oh yeah. But yeah. If you want to learn more about breast cancer, here's your place. But it's not just me. There's a load of streamers taking part in Boobtober and raising money for against breast cancer. We have tons. I can actually get them on the stream really quickly. Do you want to see them all? Would you like to see all the streamers taking part? I have an image for this somewhere. I'm just adding loads of random images to my stream today. My poor stream is probably like, what are you doing? I think it's this one. This one? Yeah! Look at all the streamers! I would like that. So I think these are all the streamers taking part at the moment. Heck yeah. So if you wanna check out any of the streamers taking part, there they all are. Those are the streamers that are taking part in against breast cancer. Or streamers against breast cancer. Hashtag Boobtober. Heck yeah. Jelly, why is your voice kind of childish? I don't know, but like I've heard this before. And listen, Riku, I can't tell you why, but I sound much younger than I am. I'm nearly 26. And I'm not putting this voice on. This is what I sound like. But you know what I think is going to happen, Riku? My voice is going to change and I'm going to go from child to grandma one day. And I'm like, I got bets on this. One day I'm going to be like, and then it's going to be like grandma. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the voice change where I suddenly sound like a grandma. One day. dearie me. I would take care of Boobtober, but I'm a person that's sus, so anyone is welcome. Anyone is welcome. Who is Bateman Returns? Riku, you know who Bateman Returns is. I get it. You didn't hit puberty yet?
What, not at age 26? I didn't hit puberty by age 26? I'm 26 next week, Riku. Are you saying that I haven't hit puberty at this age? Riku, there's no way. Oh dear. I just have like a very young sounding voice, and I don't know why. But it's just like this. I think because my voice is weak. 26? You seem like 40. No! No, I don't. Ah, dear. Bearbroo is cool. Yes, she is. Ah, dear. Bearbroo is a very heckin' sweet bean. Ah, dear. Also, hi, Pizza. How goes it? Oh. We got a lot of very heckin' cool streamers. I think the other thing that I really like is we got a lot of streamers from a lot of different streaming backgrounds taking part. Like, we have Bearbroo, who does a lot of gaming content. We have Vile, who does a lot of crafting content. We have George, who does a lot more sports kind of gaming. And then we can go to, like, Shifty Blue, who does VTuber style content. We go Ben Smith Music, who does music content. You know, we, like, jump around, and then we can, like, find people who do all sorts of different style content, right? So there's like something for everyone here, right? But I think that's really important because when it comes to breast cancer, it could literally affect anyone. Just spreading awareness over hopefully a pretty diverse range of platforms can get as many people involved as possible. So hopefully raise awareness within as many communities as possible. So that, you know, if someone's going to have to go through breast cancer, they can find out as soon as possible. Yeah. And take the necessary action. I think that's good. Oh dear. You know who's Grace Raven Jelly is? Nah, I'm a trash fire. But I appreciate the thought. Oh dear. But yeah, I'll give this another minute so that you can have a look at all of the streamers on here, because we got some really cool beans on here. I also have this on my Twitter though, so if you miss it, or if you were like, damn, I wanted to look a minute longer, I have it pinned on my Twitter, so it's literally right at the top, so you can see it anytime. All of the streamers taking part. Ah dear, because yeah, we do have a lot of really fantastically talented people on here. Ah dear, I know Ben was on it too. Yeah, Ben is streaming during the last week of Boobtober, so we have some people that haven't even done their first stream yet. They're like, I think that's one of the things. Some people are doing streaming every day, like me. Some people are doing one big bang stream. And so you have some people that have got their first stream next week. Yes. Yes. Let me get rid of that now. I was like, you know, love you all. Love you all. Heck yeah. That's a nice message. I like that. Heck yeah. Oh dear. I think it's pretty amazing. All of the streamers that have just like come out of the woodwork and been like, yeah, I also want to do this. It's pretty cool. Pretty damn cool. I'm very heckin' moved. Heckin' moved I am. Everyone's really heckin' cool. Ah dear. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, did I sew the other side into it? I did. No. Get that out of there. That's not meant to be in there. And keep that flat. And go the whole way up there. And then zigzag. Go. Nice. And that should be, yeah! The bridge in the middle is in. So that now gives us our base bra. So we still need to add all the elastics, but we have a basic bra. You can see the basic shape we're going for. It looks disturbing as hell. I love it. So what are you going to do with all the bras? So once they're all done, except for a few specific ones, kind of like this one where we've done a lot of damage to the cup because of all of the ridges, we're going to be donating the majority of them to Against Breast Cancer. So Against Breast Cancer,
Ah. Against breast cancer, takes the bras, deconstructs them, donates them to small businesses who then recycle the bras into new bras. Yes. So it's good. It's good. Because bras do not belong in the ground. They're not good for the environment. If you put them in the ground, nope. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing with them. I'm going to be donating them. Also, for every, I can't remember how heavy you need them to be, but for every certain amount of weight, they also donate a fair amount of money to breast cancer research. Yeah. Double whammy of why it's good to donate the bras. Some kids back in high school, back like 5 years plus now, and they had some handmade toys for kids at a special kids center, and it was awesome to see them do something great for a cause. And same like the charity, I'm so glad to be friends with you. Oh, bless you. Yeah, heck yeah. No, there are some really like fantastic charities like that out there, and I really agree that recycling is the best move. The best move, yes. Sorry, I'm snipping off all of the extra threads here. There we go. So now what I need to do is... Can I do the band elastic first? I only need the band elastic around here, to be fair. And I am thinking to do the really big black band again because it just looked really good. It looks really good every time that I use it. And I'm just like, well, since it looks good every single time, shall I just use it again? It always looks fantastic. Just gonna use it again. It always looks good. I'm not punished. It looks fantastic. Ah, dear. This is a cool coffee mug? Thank you. It's got Juzo from Tokyo Ghoul on it. Yeah. Very cool. You put them in the ground. They won't give road to trees with new boobs. They won't. Unfortunately not. That would be fantastic. And I wish they did. But they do not. In an ideal world, yes. But not in this one. In this one, they just rot. Well, no, they don't even rot. They just stay there because they're like plastic. Oh dear. Not even rot. Not even rot. Let's not Tokyo Ghoul, but I have to say Kaneki looks cool. Yeah, the first season is good. The second season, not so keen, so I ended up reading it. And yeah, it was alright. It was okay. It was not my favourite, but I liked it. I can see why people do like it. That's what I say. I see why it is such a loved series. Yeah. It is not my personal favourite, but I can see why so many people love it. There we go. This will be my fold over at the top, at the bottom even. I know which way around I'm doing things. Yes. Oh dear. Have you seen another? I have seen another. Another was one of the first anime I ever watched. And I think because it was one of the first anime I ever watched, I was very, very confused. I was like, what is this anime malarkey? What is going on here then? What is all this? So I watched another very early into my anime watching career. I was like, this is a bit weird, isn't it? Oh dear, I love the dolls in it. I thought another was alright, but again, I hadn't really watched any anime at this point, so I was just like, I'm so confused. Like, what is anime? I don't understand. And I just remember being like very lost all the time, because the first anime I watched was High School of the Dead. And then I went from like High School of the Dead to another, and I was just there like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on here. Like, you can't hit me with High School of the Dead and then take me straight to another. Like, that's not a progression of, no. I don't understand. Like, what? Oh dear. Have you seen BMP? I don't know what BMP is. What's it shortened for? Or is it not shortened for anything? Oh dear. What is anime indeed? What is anime? Also CSI, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome in. Speaking of Boobtober streamers, here was another one. Another heckin' Boobtober streamer. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. How goes it? Ah, dear. High School of the Dead was boobed. Yeah, that one. And I was so confused. I didn't understand what anime was. I was like, these are very different shows. I don't really get it. I don't understand what's going on in anime. And then I kind of gave up for a while. I didn't watch any new anime. And, no, that's not true. I watched Full Metal Alchemist out of chronological order. Which still upsets people to this day. I've rewatched it, don't worry. But at the time when I first watched Full Metal Alchemist, I watched it out of chronological order. So I watched Full Metal Alchemist, but like I didn't really understand that it was it had like an order to it, because like the way that I saw Full Metal Alchemist, I was like, oh, so it's kind of like Pokemon or Digimon or something, so you could just like watch it episodic. And so I watched it out of chronological order, and I got really confused. And so none of the emotional cues really hit. Like, I kind of understood why they were sad, but like I didn't really understand. Oh dear. I've seen it now, I understand now, a little bit. I still laugh at it most of the time because I still think it's hilarious. Honestly. Oh dear. Oh. My day's been alright. Oh, I'm glad. I slept like 3 hours tonight and bags on my eyes are threatening to take over my entire face. You know what? I'm starting to feel that on it. Like, my eyes are not baggy, they're like puffy because I'm tired. But I feel it because I'm sleeping, I'm just tired. You know? Oh, so I feel it. My bags aren't going to take over my face, but the puff might. I hope you're okay. Oh dear. Oh, Boku no Pico. I know what that is. Yes. Nichijou. Yeah, I've seen Nichijou. I've seen both seasons of Nichijou. Yes. Nichijou I've seen. I actually watched Nichijou when I wasn't very well, and it made me giggle a lot. I was ill, and I was like just giggling in bed watching Nichijou for like 2 weeks. I actually pretty much rewatched Nichijou immediately because I had other things that I could watch, but because I wasn't very well, I was like, I'm just gonna watch Nichijou again. Like, I wasn't well, so I was like, you know what? Heck it! I liked this, I'm gonna watch it immediately again! Oh dear. Yeah, because I really wasn't very well, so I was like, I'm just gonna stay in bed and watch Nichijou again. Oh. I watched Nichijou twice! Both seasons! Yeah. I mean, I technically did other things during that time, but mainly I was just ill. You know? Sometimes you just gotta stay in bed watching Nichijou multiple times. It was like one of the only things that cheered me up, so that's what I did. Yeah, I know Nichijou. When I watch anime, I binge watch and finish in a day. I can't binge watch things. I can't binge watch anything. I'm terrible with that. Terrible with binge watching, so I watch things over a time normally. You know what is a good anime to watch? Monster Massime. I love Monster Massime. I read it. I have technically watched it, but I actually read Monster Massime. So I read it. Ah dear. Unfortunately, once the yeah. Who's your favorite girl? What's her name? I'm gonna seem like such a it's the Spider Lady. The Spider Lady's my favorite. She's hilarious. But I can't remember her name. Is it Arachnia? Something like that. Funny. Funny as heck. Although I do like Sue. Sue is also a very good bean. Sue is a good bean and needs to be protected. I love her. She's a good bean. Oh my god. Never have I seen such a good bean. Sue! I have seen very little anime. What are some good ones? What kind of stuff do you like? Do you like action stuff? Do you like romance? Do you like slice of lifestyle things? Because there's a lot of anime out there and they tend to fall into genres. So like, what's the kind of genres that you tend to watch in films? Do you tend to watch comedies? Do you watch action films? Do you watch romance films? My favourite girl is a giant ogre one and Zombina, yeah, that's fair. Fair. Yeah, they're good beans too. Look at their little spin-off. I like stuff like Shuffle and Chobits. Oh, okay. Shuffle and Chobits, they're older. Okay. Chobits is quite a cute one. But like a slower but cute. Slower and cuter. I can think of some that start cute and end up really kind of terrifying. Probably not the best ones to recommend. Slow, cute, happy style. Literally falls in pieces for you, she does. I started Space Dandy too. Oh, Space Dandy. That's a vibe, that one. I always thought it was called Space Daddy. Chobit's adorable. I never finished it, but it is a cute bean show. My thoughts is virus weed because it has eyes. Well, it looks back at you.
It stares at you, see?
Wow. Ah, dear. If you want cute anime, watch Clannad. Clannad is like a pretty... I came from a similar time period as well. So it has a similar art style. Yeah. Lucky Star is very reference-based. That's my only misgiving about recommending Lucky Star. It's very of-the-time reference-based. Like, I don't know. A lot of the humor might fall flat if you didn't watch a lot of anime around that time. But Planet's a good call. I'm trying to think. I mean, if you're going for like just cute girls doing cute things, there's a lot. You could do K-On!, you could do A Place Further Than the Universe. Place Further Than the Universe is fantastic, actually. I'd recommend that to anyone. The K-On's pretty well known for being literally just cute girls doing cute things. Place Further Than the Universe is cute girls doing awesome things. Watanabe? No, don't. Watamote, don't recommend Watamote. Don't recommend anyone to watch Watamote. I've seen a little Prison School. Oh, Prison School is a vibe. I remember watching that and being like, what am I watching? What am I watching? What is this? Prison School is a vibe. I think it got to the bit with the P, and then I was like, I think this is appealing to specific people. Dear. Zash Bell, One Piece, Death Note. Have you seen like so you've seen a lot of the classics. Except for I wouldn't say Prison School is a classic. But you've seen a lot of the other classics. Yeah. Sonochi no Sadame. Joe. That's that one, right? Otherwise, I did a long JoJo for no reason. God love, try. Sakamoto is an interesting one. Heck yeah, she's a lady of culture. I've only seen the first 2 seasons. I'm not so cultured. I've only seen 2 seasons. Oh, I need my elastics. I need to watch the rest of it. I might use this brown. No, I'm not going to. I don't have a lot of that. I don't know why I'm hoarding it though. What am I hoarding the brown for? Do you know what I'm hoarding the brown for? I don't know what I'm gonna use the brown. I don't know what I don't know what I'm hoarding the brown for. I have no idea. Why am I hoarding it? I'm hoarding it for something, but I have no idea what. Aye. I like, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Is a lot of content for it as well. If you're looking for more modern anime as well, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon is good. Demon Slayer is a very well known. It's like been breaking records with the amount of people watching the movie and such. Hero Academia, a lot of people love that if you're looking for a superhero film. Superhero series. It's like Sky High, but anime. Army in Casimir's Place. I try to think of other ones. I mean, JoJo has a fan base. A specific fan base. One Punch Man Series 1 is fantastic. Season 1, One Punch Man is really good. Actually, yeah, that's really good. I'm gonna give this some straps. I don't know. Maybe not the yellow though. I don't. What am I hoarding? I need to go back and finish Asterix War. Asterix War. I did watch Asterix War, and I have very mixed feelings. Very mixed feelings on. Like, I don't know what I was expecting from Asterix War. It was alright. It was a strong okay. Damn, if you don't go back and finish it, you're not missing out on that much. It was alright. But I wanted more. I wanted more. Why am I hoarding? I'm hoarding things and I don't know what I'm hoarding them for. It was still coming up weekly last I watched. Is it? Is there more Asterix War that I didn't know about? I thought there was only a couple seasons. Real question here for you, Miss Jelly. Who do you like more, Tetsu or Mina? Suyu? Oh, Sue or Mina. Wait, Suyu or Mina? Who's Mina? Who's Mina? Who's Mina? I don't know who Mina is. If it's Sue from Hero Academia, it's Sue. I love how we talk about anime and I'm afraid to ask one question. What's the question? It's time to... I always leave you wanting more. It's time to buy more manga. Yeah, I know. I only 2, that's my point. I haven't watched it in a long time. Oh, I see. I need to finish Sailor Moon also. I've got parts with Sailor Neptune and Uranus. Ah, yeah. They're good beans. I don't know why I'm getting all this elastic out. I'm hoarding the yellow. I don't care. I like yellow. I'm hoarding it. This is not correct underarm elastic, but like, use it for the underarms. Okay. Not the correct one, but I could use it. Oh, that Mina! Still like Sue. I still like Sue. I don't know. I'm a Sue girl. I like Sue. I like Sue. I like Sue. Although I stand by that Bakugo is my best girl, and I refuse to hear otherwise. He's so funny. And he's I don't know, just every scene that has Bakugo in it is funnier. Is like a better scene. It's just a better scene if Bakugo is in the scene. I think that is, I will say though, I am not a good Hero Academia fan because I don't like a lot of Hero Academia. Like, I find a lot of it very annoying these days. I almost stopped watching the most recent season because I was like, not about it, to be honest. Not about certain bits of it. I liked the second half of the most recent season. I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone, so I'm not going to tell you what happened in it or anything like that. But the first half of this season, I nearly stopped watching Hero Academia altogether. And like, it probably wouldn't upset me if some heroes died. like I am not a good hero fan. I'm not supporting the right team. Yeah. Yeah, Bakugo, let's go. Just every scene is better when Bakugo's in it. Dearie me. I like Soup too. I like Soup too! Me too! Soup is my favourite girl. My favourite girl is Soup. Akatsuki. I don't know who Akatsuki is. Oh dear, I'm terrible with names, I will say. Oh. But yeah. But not fan of a lot of the heroes. Not fan. I like All Might though. All Might's alright. They're alright. They can stay. I mean, they are like a big one. They can stay. Rest of them, meh. Like I said, I'm not a good hero fan. So apologies for being a bad hero fan. From Legendary, I don't watch Naruto. I don't watch Naruto, to be fair. I've never watched the big three. I don't watch the big three. Big three of anime. Not watched those. Other anime I've watched, but not the big three. Because we didn't really get anime on our television, except for like Digimon. We got Digimon, we got Pokemon, and we got Yu-Gi-Oh! But outside of those, we didn't really get like the big three on our television. I don't know why. But I didn't really see them. Until I was a little bit older. When I was a bit older, I saw them, but then at that point I was like, eh. They've already kind of started a long time ago. So I just didn't. And so I was never really a Naruto person. I've seen some of the fights from it. It looks good. But I don't think I'll ever watch Naruto. Boo, she doesn't watch Naruto. Boo! Boo! I only watch good anime. Boo! Oh dear. Oh dear. Boo! She only watches really good anime outside of... Oh, I'm gonna make enemies. I only watch things that are worth watching. Boo! Oh dear. You're the only one who said that you watched it, aren't you? Oh dear. You mean Pokemon? No, so the big three were, it was Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. It was. I think. Were they the big three? Or was it big four? I don't know where Dragon Ball fit into that, actually. Someone will have to remind me, but there was like a big three that were like television. Yeah. It was just like a general name for things. It wasn't how many episodes they had out. That wasn't like what determined whether they were part of the big three. It was just like a television popularity thing. Yeah. Because people would always like argue like, oh, this is going to replace the big three. Like when Hero Academia started. And I don't know, I don't think anything will. Not because there's nothing better or stuff, it's more just like people don't watch television. Oh dear. That's not how people really consume media anymore that are interested in anime. Ah, there we go. Okay. Good. And then I'll have the other piece of the strap that goes down there. So I used for that for. Oh dear. And then I'm gonna need to put channeling down here. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be difficult, that's for sure. Let's not stab myself as I do it. If I put these in here, can I take it down like that, maybe? Okay, let's move that out of the way. Have a look. Oh dear. Jelly! My emery sign got here. I can make my pumpkin paper cushions with little stems. Oh, unpredictable. That sounds so heckin' cute. Oh, what a lovely heckin' idea. I hope that goes well. That sounds so cute. Oh dear. Yeah, little pumpkins with stems. Cute. Very heckin' cute. Oh dear. Right, I need to get this in here. We are just, I'll show you in just a second where we've got to. We're just pinning some bits at the moment for the side to go into here. Oh yeah, there we go. That's how far we've got at the moment. We have one, we have a second one, but it needs some extra help. So I'm just doing one side at the moment. There we go. Go. Oh yeah. I love DBZ, legit my favourite anime, so I grew up with it. Jelly, it was nice chilling with you. Oh, you take my lead? That's fine. Have a lovely nap, Riku, and thank you for popping by. Take care of yourself. Oh dear. The only possible way it could go poorly is if I have a hard time keeping the emery in the stems, I think. Ooh. Yeah, I will say I've never made that specifically, but I've made pin cushions before. I'm just not sure about the keeping the emery in. I wish you the best of luck though. Because it's that same pattern as my test ones on the Instagram you saw. Heck yeah! They were cute. Ah, I think it should go really well. I think it should go very well. Okay, I'm gonna redo this bit because I'm gonna fold it over just a little further. Like so. There we go. Very nice. And just fold this bit over a little bit. Oh dear. And over here. There we go. But I could stitch this once maybe before even adding the thing, but I don't know. I don't like adding extra stitches if I don't need to. That will be the shape of my cup. Okay, where's, oh, what are the navy channeling? So weird looking, so weird looking. Oh, Focal, oh, have a good luck. I hope your luck goes well. This is the wrong one. Good job, Jelly, good job, Jelly. This is the one I want. Go. So. Let me take this and then go around the whole thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's thick. Okay, though. Ah. Careful. There we go. We got through. We got through. Oh. Ooh. Deary me. Ah, Amazonian, how goes it? I hope you have a good day. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Let me show you my bra in just a second. It's kind of an intense one. Oh yeah, we're just putting some channeling into one side. The other side needs a lot more work, but we have so far a bra with eyes. Oh, dude, it's got little eyes in it. This is one of the Moulded from Resident Evil 7. For spooky boobs. for when you want to take your top off and really spook someone. Spooky boobs. Nice old spooky boobs. That's how I want people to think of me. Oh dear. Oh, and thank you for shouting out Unpredictable and Amazonian. Unpredictable has been doing a lot of fantastic charity streams alongside us this month, and it sounds like they're going to be making some really, really cute pumpkins for heckin'. Oh, so cute, which would be so good this time of the year. And then we also have Amazonian, who does cosplay. They do some fantastic embroidery work. They have some amazing, amazing cosplays on the go. Definitely check them out if you haven't already. Ah, dear. And good. I'm embroidery machining for Corn Crunch. Is that for this weekend by any chance? Oh, exciting. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This around to this point. And then up to here. I'm like warping the cup a little, I'm not warping with the pins, but I'm warping it with my hands, that's for sure. The cup's like, woo, woo, woo. Just not sure about it. Welcome on in, let me show you my bra. Just a second, oh god damn it. On my weekend I'm making a new cosplay. Eek! Lovely! Female Darkling from Shadow and Bone. Aww, lovely. Heck yeah. Oh, that'd be sick. Okay, let's get this in there. Oh. There we go. That's our channeling in. Should then be able to sew that in, and it'll give it a little bit more shape on the cup. I will take it off a zigzag though, I won't forget this time. Let's put it on a slightly thicker stitch too, because it's going through really thick fabric. Yes! Ooh, thank you for shouting out George as well. George has been playing Spyro. If George's last Spyro stream was anything to go by, it was very hecking fun. So definitely check out George if you haven't already. They're also helping raise money for Against Breast Cancer. They've been doing some really good work over there. And also, if you have not checked out our mod Dem, definitely check out Dem. Dem does a lot of awesome streams over on their own channel. Also raising money for Against Breast Cancer this month. And yeah, doing some really, really cool stuff. They've been playing, I think, it was Lara Croft last? Does it say? No, it just says the games you didn't play. I need to update it. Ha! Right. Let's see. Get this bit done. Oh, this is gonna be very thick. This is where my needles break normally. That's okay. Not today. We're gonna make sure needles do not break today. Take the first pin out. Or I could just take the whole thing out. Get back under there. You have a job to do. Listen, I know you're not happy because this is very thick, but we'll take it really, really slow, okay? Really, really slow. It is, to be fair, sewing through a lot of pieces of fabric right now, so I'm cheering my machine on with this. It's doing a very good job. This is not easy stitching, and it's doing a very, very good job. Well done. Well done, sewing machine. Ow. You're gonna bleed, you're gonna bleed, you're gonna bleed, you're fine. That was my finger. We don't want to hit that, thank you. Can you give me my pin back? Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna get a neck crack from this. There we go. And take that out. Ooh. And turn it around. And just pull that up there. And then bring that all the way up here. Get that under there. Okay, don't come too far in, a little bit. And let's turn you in and... Okay. Aye. Come on. Right. You're gonna have to do it, whether you like it or not. So, you might as well just... What's bothered you, huh? What's bothered you? There's no pain in there. You did it a minute ago. Damn it. Oh dear. Herb, I got stuck on a level today. I don't know how... Well, I know what I need to do, but I forgot how to do it. If you were there, you'd have been yelling at your screen or yelling at me. I'd never yell at you, George. Never at you. Maybe at my screen a bit, though. Can't promise on that one. Which level was it, if you don't mind me asking? Was it in the same area overall? Or was it in a different area? Has this area been giving you a lot of problems, George? Okay. There we go. Hey, ooh. Okay, now, I do need to really quickly just sew the top bit of this up, which will be a separate stitch, that's okay. There we go. Fine. Whew. Nice. Hey! Okay. And let's trim all of that. Oh, okay. So I tell you right now, George, Treetops was the one level where I had to full on, I had to ask for help for that one because I couldn't remember how to do Treetops either. Treetops was a bloody nightmare. Like, genuinely, Treetops, nightmare. Couldn't do it. I needed, what was it? I needed to look it up to see how to do it because there's like, that one's awful. Treetops is awful. I don't think it's just you though, or me, that think Treetops is absolute garbage. It's so ridiculously difficult comparatively to every other level. So I 100%ed the whole game and then went back to Treetops because yeah, it's so difficult to remember what to do. So yeah, I 100% did everything else, went back to Treetops, because, oh, trying to get on that top bit is just, so I know what you have to do. It's really not obvious, and yeah, even after asking people what I had to do, and some people in chat told me, it was still not clear. That's how. So I asked chat, and then I ended up just watching it, like watching somebody else do it, because it was so awful. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I don't think I remembered it. Why can't I get it in? Or is it on? Have I? seem to get it in here for some reason. Am I just... There you go. There we go. We got you. We got you. You needed a little opening up there. Jesus. Where is it? This there. Okay. Is it thin out there? No, not really. Okay. Just needs a bit of extra encouragement. Why won't you go further, huh? Oh, is it that? Is that the reason? Okay. Ah, there you go. And then just keep... Oh, oh. Aye. If I... Eh. Maybe if I pull it out and pull it back in again? There you go. Try again. Trying to get past this bit. There's like a bit in it just doesn't want to go past, but like, it should. Oh, now I've gone past it. Okay, cool. But not that far past it. What's going on here? Eh. I should have opted for 2 tops. Should have opted for 2 tops. I remember which way to go. It's a nightmare. So treetops, there's a... The bit that it looks like it's trying to get you to go down is not the way. There's like a... I don't know how to describe it, but there's a way off to the side where you have to like jump off and there's a separate runway. And you have to use that separate runway to throw yourself off to the side onto another ramp, and then you can go back up that ramp. And then you can throw yourself into a tunnel from there. And then you can jump from that part. But it's like, it's not like an obvious route. Yeah, it's not you, George. It's really not clear. There we go. Ah, finally. I just had to wiggle it. Oh, no, not finally. Why did it come out there? I'll work that out in a bit. Whatever. It's in for ish. Oh dear. To be fair, it does give it more shape. I'll fix that in a bit. Oh dear. It doesn't give it so super much more shape, but I will say it needs at the bottom a lot more. Ah dear. I moved over to the side, but I couldn't see it, lol. There's like a whole separate ramp you use. Are you using the, you know, like that little village? You know there's like little village like looking thing and you run down that bit. You're not using that ramp, are you? Because there should be a completely separate ramp from the ramp that's surrounded by the houses. You tried every ramp. Ah. Yeah, so there's a ramp that's not surrounded by houses, and it's that one. I'm sorry, Jaws, I can't be more help. You're probably gonna want to watch a tutorial. That's kind of what I had to do, because like I had chat try and explain it to me, and it was just no. You can't really explain that one. Like, there are levels, like, for instance, where it's like, you know, the previous level where we were like, just jump, you know? There's like that. But then there's like this level where it's just like, you know, it requires such a specific route And the route is not short. It's a really, really difficult level. I hope you managed to get it, because it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, screw treetops. Treetops sucks. I always thought I really liked the level treetops when I was younger, but then I've realized as an adult I don't like treetops. Because it's really stupidly hard, for no real good reason, other than to have one ridiculously hard Spyro level. And like, honestly, why? Why is there just one ridiculously hard Spyro level, really? Because the rest of the Spyro levels are not that hard. You can 100% the rest of them pretty easily. That one though? No. It really does stand out from every other level. It is. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Oh no. That's gotta be the worst one easily. Oh. Yeah, you can't really get mad at someone for not getting treetops. Because it's awful. There we go. Right, let's get this bit done. I can put this back away now because I'm not going to use this. Oh, I just turned my music up. Nah! And then we got the channeling on the other side and we can do scraps. Oh, God. I actually need to put it on zigzag again now. Oh, it is down, right? Yeah, it is. I thought my foot wasn't down. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna make a mess if my foot's not down. There we go. Go. Oh yeah. I will say I do really like Spyro though. Spyro is a very good game. Very, very good. I enjoy it a lot. Very fun. Very nice. For the most part, quite a relaxing game. Oh dear. Of course, it's got its odd levels, like treetops, which are not quite so relaxing. But overall, very fun. Very fun. I do like it a lot. There we go. And get this bit. All the way up there, and all the way up there. Oh dear, Spyro is fun for the most part, yeah, nah, it's a good game, yeah. It is. Just the... and you know what? You get to see things like George not jumping for 2 hours. What more could you really want? I'm never gonna let you live that down. It was so funny. 2 hours. 2 whole hours of George not jumping. Oh, fantastic. I changed my answer actually. It's a fantastic game. Effortless 10 out of 10. Oh. Go. And this one. Make sure we get these bits up nicely so that we can all fold those together. Glad you could be there for it. Yeah, me too. I'm glad I was there for that. It was very good. It was very good. Peak Spyro. Ever happened to be in my stream. Oh, just a second. Oh, this took so long. It was so good. I did feel bad though, because you were so hungry and tired. And you just kept staring at it, and all you had to do was jump. And we all knew that all you had to do was jump. I just wanted to be like, jump, just jump. Come on now. No, I did feel a bit bad. Oh. Deary me. We all have that happen though. I think the other thing is when you're streaming a video game, it's more difficult to see things like that, like obvious things in front of your face, right? Than when you're just playing it yourself regularly at home. At least I think so. Because you're concentrating on so much when you're streaming. So I think sometimes like very obvious things that you'd normally catch immediately, you just don't see. I feel like that might be what happened to you. It was just the because you had so much to focus on that you didn't see it. And also that you'd like you said, awake for a really long time as well. So the being awake for a really long time, being hungry, streaming, and then all that come together, and then yeah. Oh dear. Deary me. Because I can hardly talk. I make stupid mistakes in video games constantly. I mean, most of mine are just because I'm bad. But like, I miss things constantly. Like in Resident Evil, when I was playing Resident Evil 7, I walked past a solution for, I full on put stuff in the solution and then continued to walk past it for 2 hours at one point. You know, everyone was screaming. And I was just there like, do, this is hard, isn't it? And yeah, everyone was like, no, it's not. You just keep walking straight past the solution. Oh dear. Yeah. It happens. Also, Hawk, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We're making a Resident Evil 7 molded bra. I will switch it over so you can see my bra in just a sec. Whee! We're just putting, this looks a bit funky, we're just putting the wires into both sides at the moment, so that's why one side looks a lot more poofed up than the other side does. One side looks a little bit right now, but it's because this side has a wire in it. Yeah, and then we got the elastics, we're gonna put the straps on, and then we have a bra that will stare at you. Oh dear. I just woke up, George raided me here. Oh, sick. Oh, you have a waking up. Oh, well, welcome to the world again. I hope you had a good sleep. Oh. We make bras on this channel. We normally make cosplays, but at the moment, because Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we are making bras. And honestly, it's been going pretty good so far. We are many bras deep. I have them all on my mannequin behind me, so I'm making like a little brasserie. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. They're cosplay themed still. You know, gotta stick somewhere within my comfort zone. It's been pretty fun.
Yeah.
And the top piece. Heck yeah. Charity, yeah! Charity! They're they're stinking good charity, they are. Stinking good. They do a lot of good bean stuff. I love them to pieces. And I also love the whole team. They've all been doing amazing, amazing work. Like half the time I wake up and the and the heckin' total is just boop. It's fantastic. Oh,
Breaky, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. There we go. I'm gonna just pin this top bit a little higher up so it's not quite so in the way when I do this next bit. But I still want it pinned. Ah, dear Breaky, hi! How goes it? Hey, what is... Aww, heck yeah. George's been explaining what you've been doing for Boobtober. Ah, thank you, George. It's very heckin' kind. Ah, right. So yeah, you can see kind of the difference of the cup shape. Like this one's much more oval and this one's tall. Gives us more of a boob shape. Heck yeah. Oh, and thank you for putting the donate link in there as well. The donate link will also take you to see all of the milestones, as well as you have a link to the Against Breast Cancer team if you want to see all of the other streamers and what they're doing. So it's kind of... You can go there if you want to donate, but it also takes you as a link to lots of other things too. Ah, dear. Oh god, Jelly. Thank you, George. Anger? Anger? In a charity stream? Hmm? You sure about that? Gone because you woke up. Okay. Fair enough. Oh. That's not my pin. Oh no. Where are my tweezers? I have a pin. I have a pin that's stuck in my fabric. Tweezers, please. Oh no. Oh no. Where is my tweezers? Where have I put them? Dance. Dance. Has anyone seen my tweezers? Oh, could I use this? These are not tweezers, but... Hey. Gotcha. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? Yeah. When a pin loses its end, it becomes an absolute bloody nightmare to get out of anything. So I normally keep tweezers to hand, like not like your regular eye tweezers, but jewelry tweezers, and then I can take it out. But not today. Today I have lost them. These are wire trimmers. One more nap. Yeah. I still have to leave now. I went to my computer in order to shut it down. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Hawk, have a lovely rest of your day. Take care. Thank you for popping by, however brief. Okay. There we go. And now we slowly sew around the edge. Oh dear. Oh, and thank you for shouting out Hawk. They were last playing music. Oh, lovely. We love a bit of music here. We love a bit of music. Oh, lovely. A good one, Hawk. A good one. Heck yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Please, no more breaking of the pins. I only just got these pins, they're new. Thick. Thick. Pin. Ugh. So thick. Oh my god. Okay, this part. Now. And here. Oh, I think I missed it. There we go. Oh. Hey, come on then. How about you? Pain in the ass when you do that, really. It's fine. It's whatever. I'm not mad or anything. I just want you to stop breaking off in my bra. Otherwise I'm gonna have pointy boobs. Oh dear. There we go.
next bit's thick. Very thick. But I believe in you. Okay. Pins out, pins out. And then, okay. We sew down the other side. I had to fix part of it because there was a bit of a jump, but other than that, I think we're good. Okay, now you need to actually sew. Sew, thank you. Shoot. Aye. Why are you so angry? Oh no, because you made a massive nest? Yeah, that'd be it. There we go. There we are. Put that in again. Ah, better. Very nice. Very nice. And I think, yeah, I got very close to the edge, but I don't think I actually missed the edge. I was a little worried because the other time I had so much problems getting this in. I think I'll be okay this time. That needs to be the center. There you go. Okay, and then there we go. And then just push that one in there. There we go. And trim off that excess. There we go. And that, we can trim this, and I think that's both wires in. Oh, and this bit. This will also need to be trimmed. Yeah! There we go. And then we'll have two shaped cups, and we just need to put the straps in. Heck yeah. Oh, and the back pieces in, which are going to be navy. Ah, dear. Look pretty cool though. Look at these boobs looking at you. Look at them looking at you. Looking cool. Right. Let us trim these back pieces. Oops, stabbed the cup. Very nice. And get some straps on it. I'm going to use brown. It kind of matches the vibe we're going with. Now, I do have some brown things in here, black ones in here even, but I also have grey I could use. Tempting. I think I might just use the black. Part of me that's like, I could do around the neck one. Tempting. I might do that. Just because of the shape of this, but then I'll have to change the back. Change the back, do around the neck. But sexy boob. I've done another halter neck just yesterday, but I'm just kind of feeling... I'll make it adjustable. But I'm feeling sexy around the neck, boob, eyes staring at you. Oh my god. Sexy. I'm feeling it. I think it'd be cute. Oh.
I'm probably the only one getting these vibes because everyone else probably is staring at this bra like, why is the bra staring back at me? But meanwhile, I'm over here like, but what if the boobs stared at you from around your neck? What then? I just think it'd be cute. Okay. Right, I need to trim these threads a little smaller. There you go. Okay, trim. It'd be like put it around there and then on one side and then just do it on the other. That'd be cute. I like that. It'd be like, I don't know. Guys have already been claiming that boobs were staring at them since the invention of boobs. Yeah, now I've just made them really stare at you. Now they're like, way. I don't know, I'm gonna do it, I think, but really quickly. This isn't to measure anything in particular. I'm just curious, okay? I'm just curious what this feels like around my neck. I'm not measuring anything, which I'm just curious what elastic feels like around my neck. So this is what elastic feels like. Fantastic. That's what I needed to know. I'm glad that I now know what elastic feels like. Oh wait, no, actually that's not quite right. I need to know this and then... Yeah, that's better. Thanks. Sorry, Twitch. I just really wanted to know what elastic felt like. Oh dear. Oh dear. And get this back through here. So I am going to do this one like a proper bra strap. Most of the time when I do around the neck ones, it's because I'm using a thick elastic, whereas this time I'm using a proper bra strap. It's just... I just really feel it, you know? So I'm actually going to be doing it like it's adjustable. There we go. There we go. And then on the other side, we take this around here and do just a little bit. Might be too little. It's too little. That's okay. We do a slightly bigger than a little bit. There you are. Oh dear. Oh dear. Cyber, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. How goes on the stream? Cyber's another person who's been raising a lot of money and awareness for breast cancer during October or Boobtober. We have made a horror of a bra over here today, but it is. I love it. I think it's so fun. This is the Resident Evil 7 Moulded bra, which I'm just putting around the neck one on. I just really am feeling halter necks at the moment. As you can probably tell, I'm just like halter necks and nothing else. Just really fancying a halter neck, okay? I think also because you don't really get halter necks in store. I think that's partly what it is. I just really want to do halter necks. It means your options for bras are less, but that's okay. Really want to do a halter neck. This one at least is adjustable. A lot of the ones I've designed so far are not adjustable. They're just very stretchy. This one you can adjust. We've made progress. I've made something adjustable in the neck. Oh my god. What are you stuck on? Come on now. Okay. Good. Oh, I can't do that. Ah! I wanted to hang it around my neck. I wouldn't have worn it. I just wanted to show what the neck piece would look like. Oh dear. I'm starting a new project at work, so I have to lurk. Oh, that's fine. But thank you for lurking, Cyber. I appreciate it. I keep running into this Jorts rally. You guys should check each other out. You're pretty good beans. Speak of beans, you stream at like the same kind of times. Have you been raiding into each other? I wonder. It all would happen at night, so I'd have no idea. I'd have no idea. Ah, dear. Thought of a bra for next year. Have you seen Ted? Like the teddy bear Ted? I have. Oh, this bit's got kind of caught. A little annoying, but that's okay. We'll fix that later. And then maybe we'll fix it now. There we go. That's better. Oh, no getting stuck. And then we have our big old strap. I still see more, more threads. There we go. Go. And this one. That's all good. And then we just need to sort out this back piece, which I'm thinking I might just make smaller. Do I have it as a slip-on at the back? Tempting. But I shouldn't. But I could. Slip-on bra? Egg. It'd fit like one person. 2 seconds, that one person is gonna be me. Give me 2 seconds. Stream starting soon, but stream's not starting soon. I'm just gonna fit this bra to me. Screw it. You know what? I'm not donating it anyway, so I'm gonna do it like a slip-on bra. Heck it. It might be wired, but I don't particularly care. It's stretchy. What the heck? It would need to be about this size, which is... Ooh, I'm taking a lot off. That's okay, that's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take quite a bit off this. That's okay. It'll be stretchy, right? Yeah. Sorry guys, you can't see any of this because unfortunately, you know how Twitch is with boob stuff. If you show the boob stuff, you get in trouble. But I think if I remove all of potentially this off the back, it would make the bra kind of my size-ish. Because I can't donate this one anyway because I've destroyed the cups. Not that I think I'd ever wear it, but why not? Thank you for the egg. Need to go to class. Take care, Night Fury, look after yourself. How the hell am I going to get this over my head though? Oh, that's a question. That's a question. I have no idea because it's not elastic the whole way around. It's only elastic at the back. So I need more stretch, but then it won't fit. Ah, tricky. Okay, I can still make it my size, but I think I might need to make some severe alterations. Okay, first of all, to make it my size, it needs to be how big? About to this size. Okay, that's fine. So I can cut all of that off, and then I can probably cut all that off, and then I just need to change the size. Okay, we're back. TOS, no TOS, it's fine, because you know what? None of that was shown, which means you saw nothing. I wasn't doing anything. I was just having a nice cup of tea while not showing my screen, which means we're fine. Very safe, actually. Yeah, because you can't have a go at someone for having a cup of tea. And you can't prove I was doing anything else other than having a cup of tea, okay? Good luck. Oh. Remember the drawing of Garfield he did? Oh, no. I know what Ted is. I haven't seen Ted. Sorry, to clarify. I know what Ted is. I haven't seen Ted. I think. As far as I'm aware, I haven't seen Ted. I think they tried to show it to us at one point in college, but I don't think I watched it. I might have seen some of Ted. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do a foldy. So much TOST. Yeah, TOST. It was the TOST. That's it. TOS. Very good, very good. I'm glad we're on the same page here, knowing that I've done absolutely nothing wrong on this platform that I love. Oh, Vile! How goes it? I hope you're having a good day. I'm just here agreeing with you, not even realizing who I'm agreeing with. How goes it? Oh dear. There we go. If I put the spoiler tag, it may send an NSFDM for the... May I send an NSFWDM for the movie? Yeah, you can do. Ah, dear. Go, and then... Oh, God. Which side did I put over first? Put that side over that side. And... We're just finishing off this bra now file, and it's I would say not cursed at all. I would say not cursed in the least bit. That being said, it still needs teeth, and then we'll be done. I love it. I love it so much, honestly. It gives me a lot of joy. Just the little eyes and everything, it's like, something about it is just hilarious, you know? Something about it's just like, so funny to me. Oh, I love it, I love it. There we go. Get that one there, get that one there. And get these ones here. And then let me just get some felt for the teeth. Oh my god. Oh, it's so cursed. The teeth need to go up here, by the way, in case you're curious. It's so cursed. Oh my god. Right, let's make some little teethy, shall we? There we go. A little tooth. I'm gonna try and tuck them away under a fold, like this. You know? So they just... Oh my god. Oh my god. Da 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 do 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 dun 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 Oh god. Oh, there's another one. Let's do a smaller one again. Oh, I sent it if you're able to quick check. If not, all good. I mean, I'm just gonna finish the bra, so probably I'll check it after stream if that's alright. Because I'm pretty close to finishing this bra at this point. Oh dear. I'm kind of on a roll. There we go. There we are. And maybe put like a couple more up there. And there we are. Go. Oh dear. Oh! Is that a bent needle? Maybe. Oh dear. There we go. That's better. And then one last tooth. A little one. A little tooth. There we go. Teeny tiny tooth next to it. Like so. So I'm gonna actually sew these in black because I'm gonna sew through the fabric that's holding them in. Yeah. Rather than white, I think sew them in black. Let's go for this one. Ow, that's my finger. And there you go. I'm gonna sew all these on. They won't need very many stitches each, to be honest. And then we'll have some teeth coming out the top of the bra. Says late response, we're doing good. Just starting my day. That's fine, Vile. I get you. You got things to do. People to see. Oh dear. This is today's bra. What are we thinking? Is it a sexy bra? A nice sexy bra? Just. Oh dear. It's definitely something, this one. Oh my gosh, thank you for the horn. Oh dear. Who did that? Zay. Toothy bra. Toothy bra, yeah. I'm just going to put this through the hole. There you go. Very good. It's a bit difficult to tell with the lighting where that is. Got there. And just put some stitches through this bra. And then I don't actually need to go the whole way through the bra. Can just go through like a layer. A little easier as well. And then just go behind here and go through like this. Like this. And like that. There we go. Still quite a lot of fabric to go through, to be fair, but there we go. Go through that, go through that, go, and good. And then go through there, go through this, And right across the top for a second. And there we go. There we go. And then what we want to do is go through this bit. And put another one through there. Take that one out. There we go. Oh dear. By the way, what's up? What's the eye? Where's the eye? The eye is there, there, and there. A few eyes. Oh, redeem the breast cancer fact. Absolutely, I can do that. Hi, Shifty Bluke. How goes it? Oh dear, let me get you a breast cancer fact. So, beep, 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 beep. Which breast cancer fact should we go for? How about we go for a Welsh one for Shifty Bluke? In Wales, every year, 2,800 people are diagnosed with breast cancer, specifically for Wales. There you go, a Welsh one. Ah dear. Ah dear. Oh, check your bank details linked to payouts. It seems some people, even with two-factor, are having accounts hacked and payout details changed, and Twitch has refused to issue a second payout despite the issue being on the security breach. Ooh, yeah, that's useful for people to know. Luckily, I had actually just changed, I've literally just changed all of my details. I changed them like a few days after the hacking as a different thing, so in my particular case it's I had other things happening. Oh dear. But yeah, definitely a thing to check. If you're not a jelly and you don't change everything constantly because dear. There we go. Get that bit done there. And then put that bit in there. Nice. And then just go through this bit. Nice. And just push that through because that's being a pain in the butt. Just recommend checking around the 10 to 13 every month. There seems to be a window those payments are issued for most streamers. Yeah. Oh dear. Whee! I can check. And especially if Twitch has been hacked, just check because payment details are nope. No joking matter. Even if we joke about everything. Including the amount of times Jelly has to change everything. Oh dear. There you go. Teeth attached. But they still like float around. They're attached, but they're secretly attached, you know? Ah dear. I think that's the last bit of the bra. Let me show you a bra. Let me show you a bra. Would you like to see a bra today? Ah dear. Oh, I'll try. Oh dear. Oh, and some threads. Look at that! It's a heckin' bra! With some heckin' eyes and a bit of teeth. Oh my god. The eyes are covered by like the heckin' lumps and bumps. I love it! Heck yeah! What details are we checking? Like, how did the affiliate program thing? Yeah, if you go to affiliate, you could just check to make sure your bank details haven't been changed. So if you go into affiliate, go into payment details, when you go through it, it will it'll probably verify your details first. I think that's what happened with me. But then when you go through it, make sure those card details are still your card details, or those bank details are still your bank details. Yeah. If they are someone else's, that's a problem, because then somebody else's, if you get a payout, gonna get paid. Yes. Oh dear. There we go. Also, there's a bra. What do you think? We are done for the day. That's our finished bra. We're not adding any extra. That's done. That's a heckin' done bra. I'm a little annoyed at the edges of navy, but like, I'm not gonna waste the navy parts. Like, I don't want to waste bits like that. Like, those are reusable parts. I'm gonna use them. But yeah, finished hecking bra. It is halter neck. I wish I could show you how it worked over the top of my clothing, but I cannot. Alas, I cannot. So that's how it's gonna go. That's how we are. And tomorrow we'll be doing another bra. I have forgotten once again. I think it's Bulbasaur tomorrow, so we get to use some more of our custom fabric. And yeah, that's how it heckin' goes. So yeah, that's our finished bra for today. I really like this one. I think this one ended up really cute. It's definitely more cosplay than bra. Like some of the other ones, you can kind of see like an influence, but it's like definitely a bra. Well, this one's definitely cosplay. There's really no getting away from cosplay in this one. But I really like it. It's really nice. And since I'm not donating this one anyway, I don't mind too much. So I like it a lot. Right, should we see who is next streaming for Boobtober? Who could it be? Who could it heckin' be? Can we send this love somewhere else? Let's go. Let's have a look-see. So, if I go into here and have a little peeks at the schedule, let's have a look. So it should be potentially Red. We'll have a look-see, because I know it might be getting a little close to the end of Red's stream, but we'll have a look. Oh, I can't see Red here. Oh, it's probably because Red's not feeling very well at the moment, isn't it? That's probably what it is. Probably Red's not feeling very well. That's absolutely fair enough. Red's got a cold. Gotcha. That's okay. We'll raid somebody else. We'll just do another raid. I've got some ideas of who I'd like to send some love towards. So, instead, we will raid somebody else. So, let's send you all over to another heckin' sweet bean. I'm thinking we've not raided outside of anyone doing Boobtober for a while. So why not raid into Snuggle? I love Snuggle. Snuggle is such a sweet hecking bean, and I always want to send lots and lots of love over to Snuggle. She is wonderful, hecking wonderful. So let's all go and send hecking love to Snuggle. Cap, you love my accent? Well, that makes one of us. Red cancelled the stream. That's fair. That's fair. Makes sense. Red's really not very well. If you can send Red any love, Red does deserve love, because Red has got a cold and is not feeling well, but has done so much heckin' good work for like Boobtober, even though they are not well right now. So they still deserve a lot of love. But for now, we're gonna send all the love over to Snuggle Stream. They are a sweet heckin' bean. They are honestly all of the good vibes over there. Right now they are playing In Sound Mind, but they're also doing some stream raiders, so we're going to be sending you all over to there. I think that sounds pretty heckin' good. Right, let me come back in and oh, thank you, Dem. That's very heckin' kind of you. Grab a raid call if you fancy. We have pink ones specifically for the month of October. Also, if you have not checked out, I almost called you Fem. If you have not checked out our moderators at this point, please do. They are absolutely fantastic. They keep this stream running half the time. I'm gonna try and get Shifty, but like, once again, I keep calling Shifty not Shifty. There we go. Also, anyone in chat can do !dem or !shifty at any time, because that is just how cool they are. No, don't follow me. I'm a nasty. I'm a heckin' nasty. I'm a heckin' nasty. Oh dear. But no, they're both wonderful. They both stream on their own channel. They're both doing a lot of amazing things this month as well. They've both got so many cool streams that they've already done as well as planning. So definitely check them both out if you haven't already. Otherwise, grab a raid call. Get one of them. Look at them. They're so cute. And we're going to raid over to Snuggle. And I'll be back tomorrow making more bras. So I'll see you all soon. Take care, everyone. Yeah, take care.
Ah. Dun, dun, dun.